final witnesses before resting their case. The defense says it will not call Stone to testify. Closing arguments are expected this week.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Record cold and snow today, stretching from the plains and Great Lakes to the eastern coast. Detroit recording up to 10 inches of snow. America is listening to Fox News.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Konnichiwa! We'll be celebrating the 40th Japan Autumn Festival on Saturday, November 16th from 2 until 9 at the Governor Joseph Flores Beach Park. That's Ipao Beach Park. Parking will be available across Oka Payless with free shuttle service every 15 minutes starting at 1:30. Advance tickets available now at the Japan Club of Guam office located on the first floor of Pia Marine during business hours. The Japan Autumn Festival at Ipao Beach Park, November 16th from 2 to 9. Come join us. For information, call 646-8066. This message made possible by Choice Broadcasting.
Afghanistan's president making a deal that could see an American abducted by the Taliban freed.
Afghan President Ashraf Ghani announcing that his government has released 3 prominent Taliban prisoners on the condition the Taliban frees an American and an Australian it abducted 3 years ago. The men are understood to be Professors Kevin King and Timothy Weeks, who were working as teachers when they were abducted outside the American University in Kabul. Ghani saying he hopes the proposed prisoner swap can lead to peace talks with the Taliban after a U.S. effort collapsed. Simon Owen, Fox News.
Rocket fire today between Israeli forces and Palestinians. A pair of Israeli airstrikes today targeted 2 senior commanders from the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad, killing 1 in Gaza but missing another in Syria. Another politician taking a look at entering the crowded field of Democratic presidential hopefuls.
Former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick is reportedly mulling over a late run for the Democratic presidential nomination. Patrick ruled out a run earlier this year, but has since been talking to Democratic operatives and donors about launching a campaign. He's the second Democrat to weigh jumping into the race at this point. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg is also reconsidering a run. If they do decide, they'll need to do it soon, given upcoming deadlines to get on the ballot in key states like New Hampshire, where the filing deadline is Friday. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Federal regulators have threatened to ground dozens of Southwest Airlines jets if the airline can't confirm that the planes, which it bought used from foreign operators, meet all safety standards. The Federal Aviation Administration saying it has validated some major repairs to the planes, and it's asking Southwest for more frequent updates until the airline completes its documenting maintenance on jets that have yet to be inspected. Southwest is downplaying any risk to safety. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the all-new Pit Smoked Brisket. How would you like it?
I'll take a man who knows what's what.
Y'all know what? The all-new Pit Smoked Brisket at Subway is smoked slower than a slug going up a down escalator, that's what. I'm talking tender, juicy brisket, naturally pit smoked for at least 13 hours. What's more, it's got layer after layer of smoky flavor. Smoked cheddar and barbecue sauce on delicious Italian bread. Subway, make it what y'all want, what not. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge-watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
Off a day and good Wednesday morning. News time on the point is 6:06. I'm Michael Knight with your news from the Guam Daily Post. Close to 50 officers at the Department of Corrections spent more than 2 hours Tuesday venting their frustration and concerns about the work conditions at the prison in a meeting with Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. The meeting, which did not include DOC Director Samantha Brennan or Acting DOC Deputy Director Joe Carmelito, allowed the rank and file to openly discuss various issues with the governor. The talk followed 2 letters purportedly written anonymously by employees at DOC. The first letter was sent out earlier this month and criticized the work climate and allegedly poor management practices that have led to some officers considering resigning from the department. The officers who attended, however, had no comment after they walked out of the meeting, and the governor followed suit a bit later. The Post has confirmed the governor called the meeting as some officers wanted to speak to her as a group as well as individually. The group discussion went on for about an hour prior to the individual meetings. Among the concerns brought to her attention was the ongoing lack of manpower at the prison. The governor said the process is ongoing to hire more corrections officers and that she is committed to getting them the help that's needed. A man who was accused of inappropriately touching 4 children known to him showed no emotion in the courtroom as he heard his fate. Jeffrey Cruz was found guilty in the Superior Court of Guam on Tuesday of 2 of the 7 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct, but was acquitted of the remaining 5 counts filed against him. A jury spent less than 6 hours deliberating and returned with a verdict in presiding Judge Alberto Lamorena's courtroom late Tuesday afternoon. Cruz was accused of inappropriately touching 3 girls and 1 boy known to him over the past several years. Assistant Attorney General Sean Brown said the family of the victims asked that he be detained. However, defense attorney Rocky Kingry asked that Cruz remain out of jail pending sentencing and appeal. Judge Lamarena allowed Cruz to remain out of prison and ordered him to stay away from the victims. Cruz faces 5 to 15 years in prison. Sentencing has been set for January 9th, 2020. A federal drug defendant who pleaded guilty to conspiracy to distribute 50 or more grams of methamphetamine has been sentenced to 10 years in prison with credit for time served. Jimmy Law and 2 co-conspirators were indicted on drug charges in December 2018. According to court documents, Law was part of a conspiracy to distribute at least 50 grams of meth between January 2013 and March 2017. Law is described as the California-based supplier of meth on Guam. He had been detained since late January, according to his attorney, Jeffrey Moots. District Court Senior Judge Alex Munson, presiding over the sentencing on Tuesday, said Law would have faced much more time in prison had it not been for Moots' counsel. Moots also noted that Law faces deportation to China upon release. Moots said if Law is deported after serving 10 years, he will be 70 years old and deported to a country he has not been to since 1968. We'll have more news right after this.
Lights, camera, fajita! Taste the sizzle at Chili's with our new fajita flavors, featuring the new all-star cast, the grilled stuffed avocado with southwestern shrimp topped with Santa Fe sauce, cilantro, limes, and queso fresco. Or the Monterey chicken, juicy chicken breast topped with barbecue sauce, mixed cheese, bacon, diced tomatoes, and chopped green onion. All served on a sizzling skillet with warm flour tortillas. Experience bold, sizzling fajita limited time flavors only at Chili's. More life happens here. Located at the Tumon Sands Plaza, 2nd floor.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your fix every day with the Points NFL Pick'em contest. Get the latest updates as we check out the past week's performance and break down the upcoming action. Get your game on by calling the hotline at 888-TALK or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome weekly prizes with a shot for your choice of a new GTA phone. The NFL Pick'em contest is brought to you by Current Guam with special thanks to GTA.
News time on the point is 6:10. Those who smoke e-cigarettes or vape can no longer do so in public spaces. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero signed Bill 138-35 into law yesterday. The new law expands the definition of the Natasha Protection Act of 2005. Another new law that has to do with health care is Public Law 35-49, formerly Bill 187-35. That bill adopts the rules and regulations for the Guam Board of Allied Health Examiners, implementing ethical standards and codes of conduct adopted by the American Speech Language Hearing Association, the American Psychological Association, and the Association of State and Provincial Psychological Boards. The governor also signed Bill 80-35 into Public Law 35-46. That new law sets renewable energy goals for the Guam Power Authority, and Bill 152-35 is now Public Law 35-48. The bill raised a lot of conversation at the legislature, about 2 days' worth of discussion during session a little over a week ago. The bill moves the Guam Film Office from the Guam Economic Development Authority to the Guam Educational Telecommunications Corporation, or KGTF. In an earlier version, Bill 152 would have appropriated about $1 million to GETC KGTF, which would have allowed the agency to hire additional people. GETA wasn't given additional funding to run the film office. During session, senators removed that funding provision. We're back in session today at 9 this morning. Finally, the Department of Administration will mail 326 tax refund checks this week. The checks total approximately $1.2 million, according to the Department of Revenue and Taxation. The checks also include refunds that will be garnished to repay government debts and error-free returns that would file on or before May 17th. Read details on these stories and more by picking up a copy of the Guam Daily Post or visiting their website at postguam.com. Let's check with Ray and see what the weather's going to be.
This is so awkward here, having you throw to me to read weathercast that you wrote.
Yeah.
It's just kind of...
Yeah, and then I get to expound on top of it.
Exactly. It's a strange thing. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. All right, it's the Ray Gibson Show. What have we got here? Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. There's northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs expected to be about 88 degrees and overnight lows 77 or so. Is that right? Yeah. For sunset tonight, we're looking at 5:51, and sunrise this morning should be about 6:19. Now, Michael can take a look at the weather radar. Looks like yesterday's.
Yeah, it really does, and that's what we'll see, much the same as we saw yesterday in terms of the weather. Right now, got a bit of a trade wind ripple moving through, just some isolated showers out there. It'll cruise on through and probably rain out before anything really hits us. Again, much the same as we saw yesterday. Plenty of sunshine today. It'll be warm, maybe a breeze, and very little bit in the way of rainfall. We'll see on the satellite what's really going on out there, because it's a tale of being in between two storm systems. We've got a tropical depression getting ready to move into the Philippines. That's way off to the left side of the screen. And then off to the right, we have Tropical Storm Fengshen. Fengshen is a Chinese word meaning the god of wind.
Didn't we use that one already as well?
They use them all the time. Yeah, they recycle them until they're retired for creating some
real
a lot
disasters.
Of damage.
So we could have multiple Feng Shengs until one of them gets really strong and hurts somebody.
Yeah, the fact is, though, we have like 125 different names that are rotated, so Fengshen probably won't come back around for at least another 3-4 years.
Or something along those lines.
That's how that goes. Fengshen, though, right now the computer models are staying pretty solid on this one. It'll move up close to the northernmost Marianas Islands and then make a turn to the north and northeast and not really give us anything but probably nice weather like Halong did.
All right. Well, and that was a decent weekend as it turns out. 6:14 or so. That's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years.
'Tis the season to be feasting. Indulge the fun way at Sandalo Club's Donut Dash 2K 5K on Saturday, November 30 at Tizan Complex. Race starts at 6 a.m. There will be cash prizes, and the first 300 finishers get a free coffee mug, perfect for dunking those donuts you will get when you register. The more donuts you eat, the better you'll do. The Donut Dash registration fee is $15. Register online at guamdonutdash.eventbrite.com or call 488-9028. A portion of the proceeds will benefit the Guam Police Department.
Donut Dash sounds like fun. Where's the best breakfast value on Guam? It's at Wendy's. Try any of their 5 local breakfast platters. We have eggs and rice and breakfast meat, so only $4. Favorites like applewood, smoked bacon. Cute pig. Portuguese sausage, country fried chicken with gravy and plenty more. Wendy's breakfast platter, just $4. Wendy's, now that's better. The Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you proudly. They keep renewing the contract. American President lines. APL's got a global presence and a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Supposed to matter today. It's supposed to be meaningful and relevant today. Well, I'll do my best. You know, I think the most meaningful and relevant thing that we can start the program off today is what the hell happened to the Niners yesterday. Boy, there's, you want to. We were talking earlier this morning. It was like quarter to 6. And, I needed to do something, and Mike needed to do something, and it's like, dude, it's 15 minutes. 15 minutes is an eternity in broadcast. As you're waiting for that 15 minutes to get from, 5:45 to the top of the hour. That's plenty of time. I mean, I can set up cameras. I can print more stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you can do in the space of about 15 minutes. But it is not the longest feeling stretch of time in the world, as many of us discovered yesterday. It was about 2:30, and I was looking at the score on the Seahawks and the Niners game, and I was thinking, boy, this could go anywhere. I closed my eyes, refreshed the screen. They were tied at 24-24.
Yeah.
And then they went into overtime.
They did.
With 1 second left, and bang, into overtime. And I'm going, oh, this is. So I'm able to go from there to my house, then down to Ganya, down to the Academy of Our Lady, find a good parking spot. And if anybody's in Carline at Academy in the afternoon, you know that's not always the easiest thing in the world. But I was able to get myself a nice parking spot, pulled into the place. I'm listening to the radio over here, and I got the ESPN Sports or whatever it is on my phone. And I thought, I'm going to obsess over this, so I'll just pin the score. You can do that. Just pin the score so you can scroll and do other stuff. And I'm watching. I go back, and it's like it still feels like it's a long time into overtime where they were tied. And then, again, blink of an eye, Seahawks nail it.
Yeah, and if you remember, I was going to pick the Seahawks in that game.
Everybody lost their mind. Everybody on Facebook lost their mind. It was collective. Everyone on Guam is either a Hawks or a Niners fan.
Because I changed my pick yesterday before the game and said, I'm just going to go ahead and go with the San Francisco on this. But the Seahawks did it. And for all the great season that San Francisco's having this year, it should be noted that was the second overtime game in a row for the Seahawks that they came back and won. I think it's their third one of the year. And this is the kind of team Seattle is with Russell Wilson there at quarterback. Watch out, San Fran, because Seattle's got you in their targets, and you get one more game against them. Seattle wins that one. Suddenly, it's all even in that division. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
We're getting to a point where we should be able to start fleshing out what the finals are going to look like, and it ain't not that far away on the calendar either. Plenty of stuff to get to this morning. I got all kinds of audio. I've got audio and video that I want to play that is related to the top story on today's Guam Daily Post. Governor meets with frustrated DOC officers. Now, the theme of today's program is no comment, and if you read the article, you'll find out why. We've got the video. Nick Delgado and I have got the video that we will play of her no comment deal as she was leaving the Department of Corrections over there yesterday. Guam Daily Post takes certain all kinds of journalistic offense because didn't she run on a platform of transparency? We'll always be able to talk. We'll always be able to talk, share our feelings, share our emotions, except yesterday over at the Department of Corrections, and you can sense the frustration in her voice and the lack of time that she wants to spend with Nick Delgado at all. That's coming up a little bit later on in the program. Also got, if everything works out right, this might require a complete and total shift in the way that we program the radio station in the 8 o'clock hour. I've got a very rare opportunity to get a few minutes on the radio with the Secretary of the Veterans Administration. Secretary Wilkie is making himself available a couple of days after Veterans Day here on Guam, and a little bit of time that has elapsed since he was here back in late July. So we'll see if there's any new information or any movement on some of the things that veterans have been asking for, and certainly have been very, very vocal about it. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour. We might need to leave Fox News in the last seconds and forego our local news in the 8 o'clock hour until we get a chance to get Secretary Wilkie on the line. Not a bad get. There's other people that are going to be coming in this morning. I understand it's Aki Matsuri. Gita folks are lined up for an interview a little bit later on, as are guys from the University of Guam. So there's going to be a lot of different stuff to listen to here this morning, in addition to me. But before we get to that, Secretary Wilkie's an important guy. But you know who's even more important?
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Nice here. And we'll start at the top. Sherry Uriarte at number 1. Good going. You beat Ismael. Al Bautista. Mary Lou Bersimmon, who has liked the page like 10 or 11 times. My phone was blowing up, and it was Mary Lou just telling everybody Valentine's like on the point. Sweetheart, you're awesome. James Howard's there. Tony Annette and Pinko Ada. Nate Horn and Keena McCausland. Keena's is happy. I don't know if she's happy. She's normally a Saints person, but was talking yesterday about, wow, what a game. The same one that we were talking about just a second ago. So I guess I think to a degree, I think there are people that are happy about this. I haven't checked Nate, and not Nate, but I haven't checked Dave Torrey. His last comments to me online were arg, and his arg.
Yeah, you know, the game actually was really good, but I'm seeing a lot of chatter on Facebook about how poor the broadcasting team for Monday Night Football is now. And you know, we grew up with Howard Cosell and Dandy Don Meredith and Frank Gifford up there, and you just can't replace that long time the team that was up there, and they did such a great job. The guys that are rolling through there now, they're just horrible. I don't know what's going on.
I don't spend a lot of time watching.
I don't even have TV,
definitely
so I
cutting
don't
into my
get to
nap
see it
time
either.
anyway.
Yeah.
And Nick Borowski rounds out the top 10. John Ray Titano, Heather Perez is there. See Rico Blancaflor, JB St. Nicholas, and good morning. Dennis Bensour. Good morning, Ray, Michael, and Guam, and former Governor Carl T. C. Gutierrez bringing the sunshine back on the radio. That's nice. Mark Cruz is waving, and Joe Cruz is also online. Likewise online, and Winnie Machi is there with and there's Anita Muffness with her beautiful Valentine's eyes. And you know what? If you know her, run over to Coast 360, and because you can see those Valentine's eyes in real life. Joe Cruz saying, "Good morning, my dear people of Guam, Ray, Mana, Michael, and Buenos." Actually, Mana's in the Philippines right now and not doing live call-ins at 4 in the morning. My pal Gina Kono is there. Pam Duvall. Pam, you're going to need to call in, or Ken's going to need to call in and debrief us on what happened yesterday. I understand that you were trying to get some people and get some attention up in Jigo, and the mayor, didn't show up. What's that? Pam, you got to call in, let me know. Bob and Connie Bartonico are there. Cheryl Ochai, Gwen Timinglu, Jess Mendiola. It's good to have Barbara Beneventi there. Where's I just answered. Mana is in the Philippines right now. I'll put up on Facebook. Some of you may recognize it almost immediately. I think I was there a couple of months ago over at the old city, the fort. AJ and Emily DeFinis Rosario. Good to see a new name here. Rose Greeno. Rick Leone is hanging out. Dave Torrey is there. No indication on Dave's state of mind here this morning. Is there post-game PTSD that we've got to work on? Maybe Renaissance can play again. Say Anne-Marie Sablon Trousseau. Nate Horn. Interesting. Somebody's actually going to jail for dealing meth? Oh, my God. Yeah, there is that. Front page of the Guam Daily Post. Drug dealer gets 10 years, faces deportation. This will be interesting to see about the deportation stuff on it. But and I'm kind of torn about whether or not I think 10 years is long enough. It might be. Considering some of the other sentences that have been handed out, that feels like kind of a high watermark that the district court is handing up these days. But there needs to be more on this. I think what this guy ought to be made to do, I think all drug dealers ought to be made to do this. I think you need to make restitution with your customers, the people whose lives you've ruined. So that you could do whatever you wanted to with the meager earnings that these people were able to get in order to maintain their now dismal and awful lives. I think you need to make restitution of these guys, find a way to make them whole, put them back to where they were before you screwed up their lives with ICE. And then I think the drug dealers, we ought to find a way to make the drug dealers responsible and accountable to the victims of the customers, because the customers at some point run out of money. They run out of dough. Is it? We don't have any more. Emptied out the checking account, emptied out the savings account, and so we started stealing from people, our own families first, and then anybody else that we might be able to break into a car, or break into a house, or it seems to be more common these days. If you're watching a lot of videos on Facebook, people just kind of wandering into your yard looking for something they might be able to pick up and carry away. And maybe give off to somebody else. It's a weird world. But it seems to me that these drug dealers, if we're not going to kill them like they do in other countries, I think they need to be in for the long haul. bringing restitution and justice to all of the people down the Cascade whose lives they've ruined.
I agree, and his lawyer really went to great lengths to try to establish number one law is 61 years old, this gentleman we're talking about. That factored into it. Other things factored into it, including his past and the fact that he could get deported to a country he hasn't been to in like 50 years.
Not my
and
problem.
So these other things went into that short sentence. But he'll probably do the 10 years and then get kicked out of the country. So he won't be here.
How did they say it? Not my pig, not my farm. Who else is playing around online? Vivian Cunningham is there. Jeff Pleadwell. I screwed up. I'm going opposite direction of where I should have been. All right. Kenley and Guerrero. Chris Rabbits is online. Love that name. Stephen Stettenbenz. Lady D is hanging out. As I said, Jeff is there. Ismail is major shareholder. Gov makes more money when people smoke and nothing when they vape. I mean, secondhand smoke from cigarettes is harmful to children and infants, while vape is only harmful to the smoker. If you're pro-abortion, which one would you support? Ismail, you're overthinking this morning. Have a cup of coffee. I'll come back to you in about 10 minutes. Julie Cruz is there. Dave Torrey says, yep, epic game. Okay, guess he's going to be all right. Darlene Bloss is there. Commissioner Roy Gamboa, Joe Bloss, Alicia Canetta is online. Good morning, Dale Audette. He says, oh, good morning, Senator Ray. Oh, Lord, please don't start that again. Ed Massey's online. Gus Jasangus is there. Howard, Gary Shonalls, Rudy Magallanes, Joe Head Cruz says, good morning, Ray, Mike, and good job, Pam Duvall, on outing the mayor on and what a sore sight up in Jigo. We'll get her on the phone in here in just a second. Lillian Cruz, Eunice Mendiola, big crowd here this morning. 888-8255. You want to contribute online? You want to contribute on the Facebook Live? You're more than welcome. Just go on and look for The Point or link up with me one way or the other. When you get to The Point, like and follow the page. That way, whenever somebody goes live here, then you'll be able to get a notice that says, hey, we're live. And today's theme is no comment. 628, I've been asked how Daryl Taggarty is doing. Daryl's father, I don't want to get into too many details, but Daryl's father is very ill, and Daryl needs to be spending time with him these days. So he's going to be taking the afternoons off. As you know, Bob Klitsky is on one of these long old man trips, but we expect him back just around Thanksgiving or so. But we've got great afternoon programming for you from the networks and that kind of thing. And listen, if you can't get enough local talk radio, just go back and watch the morning show again. This video on demand. We stream the signal is available all the time, anywhere on the planet. It is 6:28 in the morning. Yes, our international listening audience. Got Pam Duvall on the line. Good morning, Pam. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing great. Thanks so much for sending the sunrise picture from the house. Now that I got you on the line, I might be able to link it up and show it to everybody. This is what the sunrise was starting to.
Moon. That's the moon.
Oh, the moon.
This morning, yes.
Wow. Hey, that ain't bad. So you got a little bit of color from the sunrise coming in on the opposite side of the house, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes, it is. Absolutely beautiful for you. One of the best-looking things about Jigo, but you can't say that about the roadways. Tell me the story.
Well, I did invite Mayor to, meet with us and possibly, figure out a way to get this place cleaned up. He didn't show up. He was somewhere else. And the whole point was just to expose this place and get it cleaned up. If he showed up, we could have, talked about it, made a plan. This place needs dump trucks, Ray. It's not a pickup load. They need a bobcat or some kind of machine to pull this trash out of the jungles. It's years and years of severe dumping. And as far as the bus stop, it's his responsibility. It's DPW's bus stop, but it's his property, basically. The surrounding areas of the bus stop, the grass, the glass inside, the urine needs to be cleaned out. It's a mess.
They'll tell us, they'll tell us, Pam, hold on a second. They'll tell us, Pam, that this is a community problem, that there's only so many resources in the government of Guam, despite the fact that we're now paying 5% worth of a business privilege tax. They're going to say, no, this is a community issue. The community groups have got to get together and clean up the sides of the road, and the community groups have got to be the ones that go in and repaint and rinse off the meme smell that's in the things. And I'm going, wait a second, what about this huge government that I'm supporting every time I go buy groceries and gas?
That's right. And the other thing is, why don't you, Mayor, grab these people that live there and have them help clean it up? It's their trash. It's their trash. And look at their yards. They've got stockpiles of garbage everywhere, all around and outside the roadsides, both sides of the street. There's no excuse. And it's kind of like the crippled child in the back room. Nobody wants to talk about it.
But it's there. It's there for everybody to see. And eventually they run out of the space in their own yards to dump trash. And then they start looking up and down the sides of the road. As soon as it gets dark, bang, all of a sudden their trash becomes the community's trash.
Exactly. And, with this census, Ray, maybe they can, kill a few birds with that stone. Find out who doesn't have a garbage can. Obviously, when they visit these homes, they're going to see the stockpiling. They're going to see the dogs. They're going to see the garbage and the junk cars, the white goods, and find out who doesn't have running water. Why not? They're going to be at the houses.
Well, we got people. We got people. Don't we have people in the government that should be doing that? Shouldn't there be active investigations?
It's a public health issue and an EPA issue as well. Environmental. Let's not forget, this is Gigo. The water 80% of our water comes from Gigo.
That's right. It's sitting all of that crap, all of that debris, all of that garbage now leaching into the aquifer.
Down. Right, filtering down.
Yep. Now, they can find a way to blame other people or say that it's a community response and it requires a community solution, even though they're – what are we paying mayors anymore these days? What are we paying the people that work in the mayor's offices? My God, they've got to be doing more than just, doing village verifications for real IDs. And what about all these – what about all these people that we're arresting for one crime and offense or another? Can we not take these guys out and say, here's a bag, here's some gloves, go and pick up this crap on the street?
Ray. Exactly. And what does the mayor verify anyway? You get a piece of paper, you put a name on it, they take it to the back room, he signs it, it's verified.
Yeah.
How about go to the house and make sure they're talking about that? Make sure there's an address.
As far as I'm concerned, a mayor's verification sounds like a waste of my time, especially if I've got a piece of paper that has my name on it and has my address on it from either DPW or GWA or GPA. That's as much as the government needs to know about where they can find me. You can find me where I take a shower. You can find me where I sleep and watch TV. Here's the address. It's right there. We don't need to go to the mayor. Although I will say that the Mayor Paco's a good guy. I like him.
Yeah,
I'm lucky. I got
mayor, the PD mayor. I'm not sure what his name is.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's a guy.
He tells people when their grass is too high or if they've got trash in their yards, and he gives them a note at their door. I heard it from a resident.
Yep. No, we need to see that in every village possible. And everybody knows who the slackers are. Everybody knows who the ones don't care about their yards and all of that stuff. So it seems to me it's like an easy problem. They're empowered to issue citations, but so far are shy about issuing citations. 6:34, Pam. I appreciate it. I hope you get some word out of the mayor about where he was and why that was more important than what you were trying to point out. I know that you were able to get up close with some media. I know you talked to Blake yesterday, right, from over at PNC?
Yes, we did.
Okay, well,
we did.
Check them, see if there's a story for it, all right?
Thank you, Ray.
No, thank you. Thank you for everybody else that lives up in Gigo and everybody else on Guam that's got a crappy mayor, and you're going, what do we pay these guys for? Why do I have to drive by this pile of trash? Why do I have to drive by this house that is a pile of trash?
Yeah, and I've been getting, Facebook messages. If you don't like what he's doing, why don't you run for mayor? How about the guy that has the job, getting paid for the job, do the job?
No, that's not the way. Our job is to elect people. Our job is to vote people into office, but our job is also to vote people out. We run into that problem around here that there aren't enough people that are willing to put their back into public service. But once you got the job, once they said you got it, then guess what? You're going to be accountable to that forever.
That's right.
Unless you're going to jail because you're allowing people to use your mailboxes for meth. Unbelievable. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Pam. You have an awesome morning. 888-8255. Love you back. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around here. And happy to talk to you about whatever it is that you want to go on about. They got the other Governor, Leon Guerrero, with the other side of that story coming up in just a few moments. However, it is 6:30 in the morning, and if I do it right, I might actually be able to give you some actual headline news from the Guam Daily Post. Close to 50 officers at the Department of Corrections spent more than 2 hours venting their frustration and concerns about the work conditions at the prison in a meeting with Governor Leon Guerrero. The meeting, which did not include Director Sam Brennan or Acting DOC Deputy Director Joe Carbolito, allowed the rank and file to openly discuss various issues with the governor. The Post has confirmed the governor called the meeting as some officers wanted to speak to her as a group as well as individually. A man who was accused of inappropriately touching 4 children known to him showed no emotion in the courtroom as he heard his fate. Jeffrey Cruz was found guilty in the Superior Court of Guam Tuesday of 2 of the 7 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct, but was acquitted of the remaining 5 counts that were filed against him. A jury spent less than 6 hours deliberating, returned with a verdict in presiding Judge Alberto Lamarina's courtroom late Tuesday afternoon. The sentencing hearing has been set for January 9th. Federal drug defendant who pled guilty to conspiracy to distribute 50 or more grams of methamphetamine has been sentenced 10 years in prison with credit for time served. Jimmy Law, 61, and 2 co-conspirators were indicted on drug charges in December of last year. According to court documents, Law was part of a conspiracy to distribute at least 50 grams of meth between January 2013 and March 2017. Law described as the California-based supplier of meth on Guam. For these and more stories, what's going on Guam, grab a copy of the Guam Daily Post or visit their website at postguam.com. It's 6:37. That's iConnect time. Run to the nearest iConnect. Ask them how they can save you money on what is it, communications needs between here and the end of 2019. Mobile, internet, even push to talk. They'll do that for you at iConnect.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Traffic Gizmo in a second, but I do want to do a shout-out to Dale Audette and Candy Knudsen. You don't see them on Facebook Live, but I did note that they sent out a couple of shares and likes for the show, and I want to say thanks very much. Do appreciate it. Never gets old. At least to me, doesn't. 6:38 in the morning. Is there going to be some kind of traffic today? Traffic Gizmo needs a second. It needs a second to warm up. Let me smack this thing on the side. There it is. There's no traffic. Looking at the traffic Gizmo, has given me nothing but green lights all the way from Jigo down to Big Navy and through the downtown Hagetnya area. Don't see anything on Marine Corps Drive, which is, you know why? Because everybody was on Marine Corps Drive yesterday. You ever get one of those things where they say, hey, listen, we need to meet up at 6 o'clock, and you're going, okay, where? I don't know, Tamuning. And all of a sudden, all you can think of is that wall of unbroken traffic that starts kind of around Citibank and just a little bit past Citibank and begins to fold up right around Bank Pacific, huh? And you're going, okay, how many lights is it going to take for me to get from here to the ITC building so I can hang a Louie over there and end up over at Lone Star? And the answer is 20 minutes. Everybody knows because we were all together doing it last night. 20 away from 7 o'clock. Be right back.
GRMC's Neuroscience and Neurology Department treats a wide spectrum of disorders associated with the nervous system, spine, and brain. Some of the more common disorders include seizures, epilepsy, dementia, sleep disorders, migraine, and stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC's neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and the finest neurological doctors. To make an appointment, contact GRMC Specialty Clinics at 645-5500.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
James Howard online says Candidate has a whistleblower recording of that meeting, and it was not a good meeting. Good morning, Roland Torres, Ron and Cindy De La Rosa. When is online. Thanks for the good morning wishes. Andy Tydinko, Bob Blizama, Melissa Salas Akimoto, Lynn Vince, Bora Polino. There's Gary Shawnall's online as well. Joe Cruz and Chris Abalencia. Therese Uggen-Rigel getting things started, and Annette Ada Vasquez listening all the way in Southern California. Always nice to see your name because it reminds me of your pretty face. 888-825-888-TALK. Now, there's other ways that you can get stuff to me. 988-5874. And then I can toss things in on the WhatsApp feature that we have here at the radio station. Later on in the program, we'll hear from Nick Delgado, who was at the Department of Corrections yesterday. Almost said Department of Collections, but we suck at that. Anyway, so Department of Corrections yesterday. At the end of apparently a longish meeting that went on with members of the Department of Corrections officer community and the governor. And according to the Guam Daily Post, it was the governor calling the meeting. And you would think that, over the course of the meeting and maybe in a couple of minutes in between, okay, the meeting's over, all the guys have gone out. I'll bet there's media outside. What am I going to say? The answer is, well, you find out what the answer here is. This is a copy. It might start off a little bit slow. And, yeah, we can buzz the audio on this one as well. This is what it sounded like when Nick was trying to communicate with Governor Lulian Guerrero.
So, how did the meeting go?
I don't really want to comment. Sensitive stuff.
Right.
So.
But it looks like the guys came out. They didn't want to comment either. Some gave thumbs up. So it must have been positive.
It was a good informational meeting, yes.
Yeah, a lot of it I'm sure had to do with the discussion of those letters that we spoke about yesterday.
I don't want to comment on that.
Was there anything that you can say about
Nick,
what progress is going to be made?
So don't ask any more questions. It's really very sensitive information, and I'll deal with it as appropriate.
Is there any information that isn't sensitive that you can discuss with us about this?
There is none.
Then she looks like she dropped something on the ground and got into the car, and I'm sure that that one of the guys from the Department of GPD and their executive security team will pick it up and go along. If you tuned into that for a second, you go, what am I listening to again? It is it's that's the governor telling the media that there's no comment on the meeting that took place yesterday at the Department of Corrections that she apparently called based on not one but two angry and anonymous letters from DOC officers.
Frankly, she had that look on her face that said we should just move on, Ray.
What does it really matter? Sounds like a Hillary moment. Let's play it again.
How did the meeting go?
I don't really want to comment. Sensitive stuff.
Right.
So.
But it looks like the guys came out. They didn't want to comment either. Some gave thumbs up. So it must have been positive.
It was a good informational meeting, yes.
Yeah, a lot of it I'm sure had to do with the discussion of those letters that we spoke about yesterday.
I don't want to comment on that.
Was there anything that you can say about
Nick,
what progress is going to be made?
So don't ask any more questions. It's really very sensitive information, and I'll deal with it as appropriate.
Is there any information that isn't sensitive that you can discuss with us about
there
this?
Is none.
I'm throwing my phone down. And that's the way that piece of journalism went down between the governor and Nick Delgado. Nick will be on the program a little bit later on and talk about there might have been other things that took place before that Nick is aware of, other things that took place after that Nick was aware of. But now that the video is out, now everybody is aware of at least what the aftermath was. So what do you suppose rolling around? What do you suppose rolling around in Ed? I'm sorry, because you get into those things every once in a while, right? Where you're going, this is bad. I got all these Department of Corrections officers, and they're threatening to quit, and they talk about having unsafe working conditions here at the Department of Corrections. And this is months and months and months after her nomination was put in place over at the Department of Corrections. So you get this pride of authorship thing going on. You go, well, that's my guy. That's my dude. That's my girl. I put her there. And if I put her there, then that means that I've got confidence in everything that she was able to do. And then when you are faced with a stark reality that the people that she is entrusted to work with and work over apparently don't have any confidence in her, well, you can imagine she might be upset. Might be a little bit pouty. Where is the car? Why couldn't we move the car closer to the door? Right? 888-8255-888-TALK.
She had that look on her face for a moment there, like a mom looks when she's about to spank her kid.
Where's my Zori? I'm going to throw a Zori at somebody. Ken LG's on the line. The other, Governor Leon Guerrero. Do you have comment, sir?
Well, someone needs to remind her she's not president of Guam. She is the governor of Guam. You know, she doesn't own Guam. She was elected to be the chief administrator of Guam. There's a big difference in how you deal with the press and with the public. And frankly, that was insubordinate. You know, I mean, he is asking a question that everybody on Guam has a right to know, you know. I mean, we're talking about the safety of the public. We're talking about the safety of the people that work there. And we're also talking about the safety of the people that are in there. There's major, major problems. I mean, we saw this when the budget hearings took place. Everybody was dumbfounded that every agency of government in Guam asked for more money except for corrections. They said, no, we're fine. And now after the fact, we find that overtime isn't being paid. They're short-staffed. People are burning out, and they're not feeling safe anymore. And
I wouldn't feel safe there. I wouldn't feel safe if I was walking around there flanked by 3 or 4 guys in a little ring around me. And these are dangerous people that we've got in there. And I think we get to a point where we're just got to throw up our hands and say, we're not good at this. We're not good at Department of Correctioning. We're not good at Guam Memorial Hospitaling. And find somebody else that can run these things. We desperately need a new prison. We needed a new prison 20 years ago. And guys, you talk to guys, you go back to Jim Miles and guys like that used to run the place. Any of the Palacios guys that have got time and service at the Department of Corrections, they'll tell you that they needed that. But imagine how much worse it is now because we got some of the worst guys, the worst offenders now, and they've got little gangs going of guys from the FSM and the FAS that are housed in there. We got all kinds of drug guys in there. It's probably easier to get drugs in the Department of Corrections than it is to get them out on the streets. And it's a dangerous place. You get guys that are high on meth or desperate to get meth into their hands, and you know it ain't going to be long before the inmates take that place over. And then what are we going to do? It wasn't that long ago. You remember the hearings last year and all the conversation where the governor took a bunch of guys from the Guam Police Department and had them work over at the Department of Corrections to relieve DOC of the overtime. That was a year ago, Ken, and we still haven't solved that problem.
And now we've come to learn that any prisoner can, for $15,000, can spend the night with his girlfriend.
But only if you know. I think you have to share with the mayor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'd like to retract that statement. Okay, that's a cuck's move, dude.
You can, because it's common knowledge out there now, because we've had so many releases, accidental releases from DOC. And, you know, I feel sorry for Brennan. It's like, you know, a kitten was thrown in a pool of sharks. You know, she was totally unprepared for this. She doesn't have the ability to do this. And now we've got the inmates running the asylum.
Apparently, yeah. So the other thing, though, is it purely managerial. Was it appropriate to go from 2 anonymous letters into a meeting with the frustrated DOC officers without having Sam and Joe Carbolito there? I think there's a part of me I want to say I would have done it differently. Does this mean now that she's going to go meet with the GVB people that wrote the anonymous letter? Do they get a meeting too?
How many more letters are going to be coming out? This goes back to that climate of fear I've been talking about, because every government and Guam employee I talk to that wants to report something, I try to get them to report it, and they won't because they can't afford to lose their job. They've got a mortgage. They've got kids in school. You know, they got card payments. They got credit card payments, and they can't afford to lose their job. So since government in Guam has such a poor record of protecting employees unless they've been convicted of a felony or something or been hired illegally. Then they're great.
Right. So that's kind of what I'm looking at now is who else is next? Will there be another set of GovGuam shoes that will start dropping? GovGuam boots on the ground, going to hit the ground. We get the Dep Corps guys, and they got their satisfaction out of a couple of anonymous emails. If I was one of the guys that helped author that letter, the anonymous letter that they took to the legislature, I'd insist now on my meeting with the government. And then who else? Who's next here? Maybe GPD, Guam Memorial Hospital. You suppose maybe there's some people over at GMH that might now be inspired because it looks like there's going to be some squeaky wheels that get some oil.
Yeah, I think GMH is long overdue for a whistleblower.
They had one.
My next shoe to drop is going to be mass transit because we have Babauta, who resigned and then retracted his resignation a couple of days later. And I think, just what I'm hearing in the underground, I think there's more shoes about to drop over there as well. So it's not I wrote a column a couple of weeks ago about the wheels coming off the bus of government of Guam. And now we're throwing rods and pistons and valves coming off government of Guam.
That's a car reference. Some people aren't going to get that.
Well, how about this one? You know the difference between black shoe polish and...
Oh, yeah. Some in one hand, some in the other. 9 away from the top of the hour. I'll leave everybody else with that analogy, just for fun. Ken, always great talking with you. I guess there'll be more fun that we'll have today. Did anybody pay attention to what happened? I'm sorry, I was thinking about the football game yesterday instead of watching the legislative channel. Did they do anything yesterday?
I don't know. I was with Pam up in Jigo, and I was just horrified because as soon as I stepped out of my car, Pam goes, "Watch your foot." And as I put my foot down, the glass broke. There were broken bottles in the grass between the road and the bus stop.
Hey.
And so when I took a step towards the bus stop this is my first time meeting Pam personally. So when I took that first stop into the bus stop, she yelled, "Watch your feet!" Crunch. I looked down, and there's about 3 or 4 inches of broken glass sticking up like punji sticks.
Yeah.
And this is my introduction to a bus stop in Jigo, and then she yells, "Watch the dogs!" And down the street, there's about 15, 20 feet away from us, there's a pack of hungry, about 8 dogs. And she pointed out, see, the people throw the trash in the jungle, and the dogs go in the jungle to eat the trash, and that's why they're so healthy looking. And her concern is that kids are carrying food and snacks and lunch to school, and her big worry, in addition to the trash and broken glass, is that one of these dogs might smell, hey, someone's carrying a turkey sandwich or something, and go for the kid.
Yeah. I played the video, a month ago of a couple of booney dogs around here that had managed to bring a deer to the ground. And I became very, very concerned about that because a deer is much bigger than a little kid, and it is. I worry.
And faster.
Yeah, and faster. So I'm worried that there's going to be one of these cases where you got a pack of dogs, got a taste for raw meat, might be looking at a kid or an old person that won't be able to defend themselves. I worry after that. We've got a bunch of things that are conspiring against us. We got the trash in the boondocks that helps breed the vectors. We've got people throwing trash in the boondocks that the dogs are going at, and an explosion of a stray dog population, of a wild dog population here.
Don't forget our dengue fever. Now we're up to 19 local cases.
We can do better than that. We're just not trying hard enough. 6:54. I'll talk.
What is interesting about this is that the reason the mayor gave for not meeting with Pam and the media was he was picking up trash. So the trick here is that every day Pam should send a letter to the mayor to meet her at a certain bus stop, and to avoid meeting her, he will go someplace else to pick up trash.
One way to clean up the village. Hey, it's a community problem. Forget about what you're paying in taxes. It's a community problem. If you want to get it cleaned up, you've got to organize a posse of teenagers or a posse of people feeling guilty about trash in their community or something like that. That's the only way that it's going to get done. Because it sounds to me like they're willing to just we'll pick it up with our citation booklets. We won't actually use our fingers. I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. That's the other governor of Guam, Kenley and Guerrero. And I only call him that because I know it makes people over at AdLib crazy. Roland Torres is online. Who else did I say? When was there? Good. Carlos Barreto, cousin Ricky Berdalio. Smuck Wimp is online. What you saying? I'm done talking forever. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Chris Abalencia, Hillary671, hashtag Hillary671. That'll be interesting. Michelle Piers online. Jennifer Poshnitger puts a smile on my face when I see that name. Charlie Hermosa is there. And John Anthony, wait a second, I want to make sure I get this right. John Anthony Tenorio saying buenos to everybody. John Wigston is there, and so is Juanita Blas. And you got to try to be like Juanita Blas. I tell you what, I'm one of those guys. I'll curse the darkness, but Juanita will actually light a candle. And if you want to know how she does that, see what you can learn about Island Girl Power. 6:56 in the morning, 888-8255 is the telephone number if you want to jump in and get into some of this conversation. I played the audio just a little bit ago of the guys at the whole DOC when that was all finished up yesterday. But I got another piece. It's just a piece of audio that I want to play for you. Just because, you know what, I don't want this to be the day where you start off and go, oh, crap. Can we do over this? Can we do over that? I want you to have a smile on your face. If you're not born and raised from around here, if you don't spend a lot of time going to local rosaries, this might not be funny. But if you've got a brown person near you that's from around here, just laugh at all the places that they laugh.
Mountain Lekuo. Na yan pa ako nagkadaon yan nung wago mami daw na siya libi mami tayo gwin na sisiniram siya sa tama pumulupunan ng tabas na gitantasyon na lapang libre am kita ila di amen. Si Susi na kaya wala grasses so kaya ako doon na chutos wala matuna pa magumasi so at tabi na sa kami sa park in order for night time mommy amen tayo no more
6:57 in the morning and that might be for some of you one of the reasons if you get it, if you understand it, that's why if you say the rosary in English that might be 16-17 minutes. If you do the rosary in Chamorro, might get that down to about 11 or so. You look like you're going to press something. No, you're just leaning down. All right, I thought you were prepped to play some kind of odd sound effect. Yeah, it's cool. We get recordings. You got something fun like that you want to share? Because, like I said, I don't want people going into the 7 o'clock.
Jesus Day.
Yeah, I don't want you getting up in the 7 o'clock hour all frowny faced and everything. A lot ahead of us, and we'll talk with Nick Delgado about that experience. There was another one that Nick had yesterday, and because we haven't. It's been days since we got anything new on the Mayor Blas case. Defense says the entrapment promotion is premature. The U.S. Attorney's Office acted prematurely in tackling potential entrapment issues in the case against Junior Mayor Jess Mendiola Blas. So the defense attorney says he filed the opposition. He says you shouldn't be able to do that. That's putting the carabao before the cart, or the cart before the carabao, or something along those lines. Don't make me play the sound effect again. But it seems like every time this thing pops up over at the court, is like they're going to go, okay, you guys need to just shut up, because every time one of you guys opened your mouth here, we get to come in with some new information, maybe something that you didn't think we'd do early, and that we'd wait until we are actually in court to do this, right? So presenting our arguments. So they said the entrapment motion is premature, and here comes the guys on the prosecution side saying, hey, you know, we've got video of the guy actually taking money. I don't know if you've seen it. Might have sent it in the pile of the evidence, but we've got actual video where Blas is readily accepting money from the cooperating defendant and requesting additional money in exchange for access to another cluster box unit. Blas is also allegedly shown on video discussing ways to avoid detection by law enforcement. When you're the defense attorney, you just got to go, I just step away from the microphone, please. No! 6:59 and change. The radio station is KUSG. I got you. Stand by for Fox News Live. On the other side of that, Michael Knight is going to give us a look at some of the big stories from today's Guam Daily Post. And what else is going to be happening? Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. Might find some other cool businessy things to talk about as well. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. This is The Point.
For public testimony, I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. Democrats and Republicans preparing for open testimony tomorrow in the House impeachment probe. Fox's Jared Halpern's live on Capitol Hill.
For the first time in more than 20 years, witnesses will testify in an open to the public impeachment-related hearing. The Intelligence Committee will hear from Bill Taylor, the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine, and George Kent, a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. Both offered closed-door depositions last month, describing a hold on U.S. security assistance to Ukraine and outreach done by President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. In a letter to colleagues, committee chairman, Democrat Adam Schiff, says the inquiry will not further sham investigations into the Bidens or debunk conspiracies about 2016 election interference in Ukraine. Rich.
Jared, President Trump says his first phone conversation with Ukraine's new leader will soon be made public.
That call has been described to Fox News as a congratulatory call and rather innocuous in terms of substance. The April call preceded the July 25th phone conversation, during which President Trump asked President Zelensky to pursue investigations into the 2016 hack of the DNC server, as well as former Vice President Biden and his son's business dealings in Ukraine.
Fox's John Decker at the White House. The widow of Maryland Congressman Elijah Cummings running for her late husband's seat in a special election next April.
Elijah Cummings represented parts of Baltimore for decades. He died last month at the age of 68. His surviving wife, Maya Rockymore Cummings, is now resigning her post as the chief of Maryland's Democratic Party and is filing for candidacy to run for Congress from that district.
Fox's Eben Brown. A positive day on Wall Street. The Dow up a fraction, the S&P gaining 3, the NASDAQ up 22. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmo. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Police in Nevada releasing body camera footage of the shooting death of a mother who investigators say stabbed her 7-year-old son dozens of times.
The 7-year-old boy called 911 October 21st, reporting that his mother, 37-year-old Claudia Rodriguez, was trying to kill him. Body cam from Henderson police show officers responding to an apartment where the boy, stabbed 25 times, walked out the front door.
Hello. Good medical. What's going on?
Body cam also showing an agitated Rodriguez fighting with the officer and grabbing his gun. The woman died. Her son underwent emergency surgery and is expected to survive. The case is still under investigation. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A large chunk of the country facing record-breaking cold.
The National Weather Service says record cold temps may stretch from the southern plains to the Mississippi Valley to the Great Lakes and beyond, and some areas could see up to a foot of snow. Records could be broken in Chicago as well, where 6 inches of snow has already fallen.
Feels too early for snow. I've been here 60 years. I've never experienced winter coming so early.
Today's Windy City high expected to reach 21 degrees, while lows in Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa could drop into the single digits. Below freezing temperatures have been forecast as far south as the Texas Gulf Coast. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A gourmet grocery store on Virginia's Eastern Shore is selling a bottle of beer that costs $230. It's also so full of alcohol, it's illegal in more than a dozen states. Poseidon's Pantry is selling the Sam Adams barrel-aged beer called Utopias 2019. The custom-made bottle holds just over 25 ounces, and the alcohol content is 28%, which is too much to be sold in 15 states. Sam Adams says it recommends drinking an ounce of the beer at a time. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
7 o'clock news from the Guam Daily Post is being brought to you by Proline Automotive, customizing Guam's finest rides, located in the Harmon Industrial Park. Half a day and good Wednesday morning. News time on the point is 7:06. I'm Michael Knight with your news from the Guam Daily Post. A federal drug defendant who pleaded guilty to conspiracy to distribute 50 or more grams of methamphetamine has been sentenced to 10 years in prison with credit for time served. 61-year-old Jimmy Law and 2 co-conspirators were indicted on drug charges in December 2018. According to court documents, Law was part of a conspiracy to distribute at least 50 grams of meth between January 2013 and March 2017. Law is described as the California-based supplier of meth on Guam. He had been detained since late January, according to his attorney, Jeffrey Moots. District Court Senior Judge Alex Munson, presiding over the sentencing on Tuesday, said Law would have faced much more time in prison had it not been for Moots' counsel. Moots also noted that Law faces deportation to China upon release. Moots said if Law is deported after serving 10 years, he will be 70 and deported to a country he has not been to since 1968. Defense attorney Joseph Rosano says the U.S. Attorney's Office acted prematurely in tackling potential entrapment issues in the case against Jonia Mayor Jesse Mendiola Blas. Rosano filed an opposition to the government's motion that Blas should not be allowed to make an entrapment defense at trial. The prosecution contends there is no evidence for the defense to argue that Blas was induced by the government. On September 18th, Blas was charged with 6 counts of extortion under color of official right and 7 counts of bribery. He pleaded not guilty to the charges and is being held in jail pending trial. The mayor is accused of accepting cash bribes from a confidential source who was cooperating with the government in an unrelated criminal case. The woman was recruited to approach Blas and posed as a drug dealer trying to obtain a Jonia cluster mailbox to receive packages of methamphetamine. The confidential source, Brenda Kenyon, was named in documents that were recently made public. Kenyon agreed to cooperate with authorities after she pleaded guilty to extorting $450,000 from the owners of a mom-and-pop store in Agate. While the government acknowledges it used a cooperating defendant to propose criminal activity to Blas, it says the behavior did not rise to the level required for a viable entrapment defense. The federal government was tipped off about Blas' alleged criminal activity by 2 of his former girlfriends, who were charged in federal court in separate and unrelated criminal cases. Vicky Lynn Terrigallo and Lovelia Mendoza told authorities that Blas allowed drug traffickers to use cluster boxes intended for use by residents of the village to mail illegal drugs. The Department of Transportation, Administration, will mail 326 tax refund checks this week. The checks total approximately $1.2 million, according to DRT. The checks also include refunds that will be garnished to repay government debts and error-free returns that were filed on or before May 17th. We'll have more news after this.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Connecticut water treatment customers don't keep coming back. They're satisfied the first time. That's right. Connecticut non-electric water treatment systems take care of your water problems, and you won't need to keep calling us for repairs. Join the list of satisfied Connecticut customers who purchased their non-electric water systems years ago and are still enjoying clean, conditioned water without any hassles from timers or circuit boards.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
News time on a point, 7:10. The interim executive manager of the Guam Regional Transit Authority has taken back his notice to the governor to step down from his position. The Guam Daily Post received a copy of GRTA Chief Celestin Babauta's resignation letter addressed to Governor Lulian Guerrero about 5 days ago. The Post reached out to Babauta Tuesday morning. He said he rescinded the letter, adding that he had some personal issues that he was trying to address, but was able to resolve those issues. Babauta denied allegations that his letter of resignation followed him being questioned about the hiring of an employee who did not qualify for the job in his agency. Governor's Communications Director Janela Carrera responded to the Post's questions about the letter, but only stated that, quote, Cell remains on the job, end quote. Babauta told the Post that he's looking forward to getting new buses for GRTA through an anticipated General Service Agency bid, and also to finding out who will design the new GRTA facility. Finally, a robbery suspect who was wanted for questioning surrendered to Guam Police Department Criminal Investigation Division detectives on Sunday. K-Jack Steve was sought for questioning by GPD detectives as part of an investigation of a robbery complaint that occurred October 21st at the Lucky Land Game Room in Dedido. GPD spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapal said Steve turned himself into police at the Hagatna precinct on Sunday after seeing a wanted flyer in the news. Following an interview with detectives, Steve was arrested and charged in the Superior Court of Guam with 2 counts of second-degree robbery and theft of property. The game room had reported to police it was robbed of $2,622. Steve and another man described as his uncle came into the establishment and played for a couple of minutes before calling for the game room cashier by saying, "Cash out." Court documents filed by the prosecution alleged when the cashier opened the door to the cashier's booth, the defendant, who had been drinking vodka, allegedly got a hold of cash and fled with about $1,750 from the game room. The defendant allegedly spent the money on alcohol, food, and clothes, according to court documents. Read details on these stories and more by picking up a copy of the Guam Daily Post or by visiting their website at postguam.com. Now to Ray with a check of the weather.
Might do a check on the weather. I was just reading up on another one of the blotter cases that came through yesterday about the guy Devontae Dwan Young, and got pulled over. I think it was expired registration, right? So the cops pull him over and say, "I'd like to see your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance."
Yep.
He couldn't come up with a driver's license, couldn't come up with registration, but he did have proof of insurance in somebody else's name.
Wow. And he failed to offer the prolific line, "I know my rights, pig, I ain't no snitch."
That's right. But there's more to this story, and if I get some time later on, I'll tell you the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. Partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. Expect northeast winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs, 88 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 77 degrees. Sunset Hunters, 5:51 is break the plane. That's if there's going to be, we don't have a lot of clouds in the sky. Who knows? Maybe there's going to be a green flash for you, depending on where you're going to be doing your sunset hunting. And so that's what you want to do. 5:51, so I'd be there like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Something. Could you just take your time setting up and make sure you do it right. All else fails, don't get a green flash. Too many clouds for a decent sunset. Then move your camera in the other direction. Take the time that you can with that massive moon that everybody was talking about last night.
Yeah, I know yesterday if you were upland on the island, say on the east side, people were getting some really nice crepuscular crepuscular sunset shots, and I had one shared with me. It was a perfect crepuscular sunset shot. Might see more of that, although there may be fewer clouds today to do that. Again, today, much like yesterday, just a few clouds, maybe a shower or two. We've got Tropical Storm Fengshen off to the east, but it looks to stay there and probably move up through the northernmost Marianas Islands if it even gets that close. But it's not expected to affect us directly. Radar here showing just a little ripple of energy coming through on the trade winds. That's kind of a usual thing with the trade wind flow. These showers will move on through, and if they do rain on you, well, count yourself as blessed that you got some rain today. Far east of the graphic here, we can see Tropical Storm Fengshen. It's going to stay out there already to the north of us and northeast of us now as it continues to go to the northwest. Again, it may brush the northernmost Marianas Islands up there around Pagan and those areas, and before it turns to the north and northeast. And
it's going to suck all the weather into it, and we're just going to be left with some clear skies.
It's looking that way, and if you notice now, up in the upper left portion of the satellite photo, you see a shear line. That's, of course, a shear line. We're familiar with wintertime weather. That's a cold front that has kind of stopped short of actually moving through here, but there still is a change in wind direction up there. And my thinking is as that area gets a little bit closer to us, this is the time of year for it to do so, and Fengshen moves off to the north, it may actually be able to drag down some of that cooler and drier air for us into the weekend.
I'm looking at the map right now, and we're in that weird little pink hue that you're always talking about. There's a big chunk of it is sitting right over Guam and Rota here today, and so I got a feeling that that's going to make today kind of a bearable day.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, those pink hues mean there is drier air at the surface, and so if you walk outside right now, you'll notice it, especially if you step in the sun, it's really warm, and then step into the shade, and you'll feel how it's a little bit cooler out there with that drier air. It's very nice.
Quarter after 7 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be nice tonight is what that means to me if it doesn't rain. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. 7:16, that's the time here at the radio station. Be right back.
Did you know that home loan rates have plunged again? Would you like to take advantage of these lower rates to help lower your monthly payments? Refinancing doesn't have to be for another 30 years. It can be for 10, 15, or 20 years. It's up to you. Reduce your monthly payments. Pay off your loan earlier. At Bank Pacific, where we're open to closing your loan in a hurry.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply.
It's 7:16, the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the team over at Guam Regional Medical City, the first stop in all your specialty care needs. The other team working on breakfast over at Wendy's. Later on, though, because I know how tight you are with money, because none of you have loaned me any actual money lately. Let me just get this out here. The guys over at Wendy's have got this great deal going on, 2 for $5. And so here's the items that you can choose from: a Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, or 10-piece nuggets. Pick any of the two for just $5. Hands down, the best value on Guam. So stop by and get your 2 for $5 deal today. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water, and American President Lines, APL, with a global presence and a local home.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Well, how about that? It can't be all bad up in Jigo. Somebody sent me a picture of a rainbow up in Jigo Town. That's nice. Indications, though, when you see a rainbow, indicates there might have been a little bit of rain falling somewhere. So maybe some of that radar rain that Mike was talking about did manage to get over to the top side of the island. It's 7:18 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio. We got Extra Point coming your way before too much longer. But time to take a look at what happened on the markets. I don't know why, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average unchanged at this point. Same numbers as we had yesterday. I'm not going to complain because they were record numbers. Dow Jones Industrial Average 27,691.49. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both had good days today. 3,091.84. They're up by 4.83 points. NASDAQ, it's 84.86. and 9. They're up by 21.81 points. So all three of the markets absolutely looking good. Now, here's the general consensus. S&P 500, NASDAQ are inching higher to record highs with Disney pacing games. Now, disclosure, I own a bunch of shares of Disney, and this makes me very, very happy. A lot of stuff going to be happening in Disney. There's going to be a Disney over-the-top deal before too much longer, and all of the programming that they've got just because they're Disney is going to be added with, what is it, Marvel and DC and Star Wars, or all of these other things that they've got access to that are going to now populate a whole kind of it'll be like Hulu and Netflix, except it'll be Disney and all of the things that they've got access to. That rolls in with the YouTube, that rolls in with Amazon Prime and a variety of these other over-the-top services, and it's going to be it'll be like this because it kind of reminds me of the early cable days, right? You get cable, and we got 20 channels of programming. And it didn't matter what you wanted to watch. It wasn't on those 20 channels. So you'll be like, well, I don't need cable television because I've got Hulu and Netflix. Then you start looking at Hulu and Netflix for movies that you want to watch, like Big Trouble in Little China or Tombstone or something like that, and you can't find them there. No, they'll show you shows that are similar to it, that will be familiar to you, but it ain't going to be those shows. You want to find those shows, you got to go to Amazon Prime. And if it's not on Amazon Prime, then you're going to have to go to the Disney. Then you're going to have to go to the YouTubes, and they're going to have to go to. I'm trying to remember who else is going to be getting in the game. But eventually, instead of one big cable subscription, you're going to have a bunch of small $9.99 cable subscriptions. Many of them are still going to be carrying commercials. So just that's the new kind of cable television that is coming our way. It's going to be a weird kind of disconsolidation and then reconsolidation to something that's like that. Trust me, your television set, if you've got an LG TV, if you've got a so-called smart TV, all the stuff's already there. Apple is who I was thinking of. You've already got all of the things that you need now, and if there is not an OTT app for it yet, just go back to the LG and ask it to do a search. You can update the apps on your LG TVs and find all these different players with all these different television shows. Anyway, so that's among the reasons why in my mind, that the Disney has got some hope for the future there, regardless of how old the parks and things like that are. There's a few other businessy things that I got to take a look at. Where's the numbers here? FTSE in the green. I got the Nikkei at 2352. They're up by 23,520. Sorry, up by 188 points. Hang Seng recovered nicely, 27,065. Shanghai index up by a little bit, 2,914, and the DAX is trading at 13,283. They picked up 85 points. Buying commodities, oil 56.78. Is that what I got? I've got two different numbers, 56.87 and 56.80 for today's trade, or off by 7 cents. Tampa's looking a lot better today. It was 67.61 yesterday, $66.57 today. That's nice because it means it's off by $1.04. So we got groovy news there on those different commodities. And somebody told me, I think it's Smug yesterday, asked me to take a look at what's happening with gold. Gold's up by $2, $1,459 and a dime, and that's good for gold. So if you've got some of that in your portfolio, or maybe you've actually got the bullion on you, well, that ain't bad. We don't normally take a look at Bitcoin, and I don't know if you've got, just out of curiosity, I think a lot of people never mind Bitcoin. How about those Niners, huh? It's still, I'm telling you, that was everybody on Guam at the same time. It was 3:05 yesterday afternoon, and everybody's Facebook went from Veterans Day mode to, hey, how about those Niners, or hey, how about those Seahawks and Seahawk Nation, and I've seen some interesting graphics that have been posted up in such a short time. It's amazing.
By the way, Bitcoin down a bit, $8,778.90.
Okay, so we'll take a look at some of the other businessy things that I think are going to be interesting. A lot of it related to opportunities in the economy around here and in other places. Tsubaki Tower is having their big job fair. It's going to take place this coming Saturday from 9 until 1 at the Hotel Nico Guam's Tossi Ballroom. Okay, so you're at the Nico over there, and what you've got to figure out how to do is to get into your car at 1 o'clock after you filled out your application, drive towards the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Beach Park, that's Ipao Beach Park, and find a good spot for the Akimatsuri, the Japan Autumn Festival, because that's taking place starting at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So kill two birds with one stone. Just stay in Tumon for the entire day. Michael Knight's probably going to be down there because It's nice. You can get it. You can get a ride seriously from the Payless at your place down to Epal Beach. So you don't even have to drive.
Yeah, I can just walk to the buses.
Well, yeah, you can walk to the buses. You can actually walk down. It ain't that far. We're just talking about Tumon. There's a couple of other job fairs that we want that I want to advertise for you. Open house and job fair for the ICANN resources, independent, capable, and notable. They're looking for folks to work in the food service industry, custodial services, etc. Veterans, very, very welcome for that job. And then this, which if you had gotten to me a few years ago, this might have been actually enticing because I've been a fan of Jack in the Box for a long, long time. Come join Jack in Hawaii. We are looking for Guam's best and brightest. Certainly, I could be included in that batch, right?
No question about it.
All right. To join the Jack Hawaii team as assistant and restaurant managers. Must be able to start management training in the Guam restaurant by February 2020 and relocate to Hawaii by May 2020. Right? You got the chops? How'd you like to get in on the ground? All right, here's what I did. The salary benefits, whatever, generous compensation salary package. It's got to be all you can eat, right? Sign-on bonus, 401,
Does
lifestyle
it say
benefits.
which store in Hawaii?
No.
Because, I mean, they've got them all over.
They're going to be on Oahu.
So they
does
got
that
them on a
narrow it
big
down?
island, too. So,
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
they're talking about the island of Oahu. So here's your paid training program, on-the-job training in Guam for at least 8 weeks. Then they go to Hawaii and they'll do some more training for you there. You'll get Serve Safe Food Safety and First Aid certification. Those two certifications will follow you wherever you go. There's a certification at the end of this that goes Serve Safe. That means you can work in any restaurant practically anywhere in the country.
Absolutely.
Continuous training and career development. And I'm sure that there are people in the Jack in the Box family that are our family that have been there since high school and just never left. All the opportunity that they need and all the learning that they needed to get, they could get there.
So the thing about this thing is, what we're hearing is that this flies in the face of the public opinion in Guam. Ray does know Jack.
I do know Jack. There we go. Just a couple more. There's an opportunity here for you. A couple of weeks ago, there was a story floating around both of the newspapers. Everybody was covering it about how the court, the judiciary, is not going to be part of the student resource officers in the schools. They were going to do it, and they changed their mind. They're not going to do it. The budgets in neither direction don't seem to support it. Well, the Department of Education says, no, we actually do want to have SROs because we've got kids that are coming to school drunk and they're getting into riots, so we need the backup. We need additional adults on the campus. So there is an RFP that has been issued for school resource officers. You can get all the paperwork you need at gdoe.net under procurement. It is the sole officer's responsibility. Yeah. All the basic stuff. Anyway, you know what the school resource officer deal is. So go and download the packet and see if maybe your business might be able to do it. Are you in the security business? Are you G4S? Are you one of the guys that has all these yellow shirts walking around Epal Beach? Walking around, yeah. Is that you? I'm though a little bit concerned about what I feel is an expansion of their authorities. They seem to be doing more by way, and it's public safety. I don't know that I've got a problem with it, but they're not police officers.
Was there any equivalent when we went to school to what this was?
Patrol boys. When I was a kid, you had patrol boys and patrol girls. We didn't have armed officers on the campuses.
The only thing we had the boys' vice principal with a huge board.
Yes, the Board of Education.
The Board of Education.
Yeah.
That was all there was, and that's all that was needed back then. By the way.
But getting back to the point here, I was driving down into Tumon the other day. Traffic wasn't bad. It was middle of afternoon drive, and I get down there and I've got these guys in the yellow shirts directing traffic at a intersection that already had signalization, and I'm going, wait a second, you guys. You're not real cops. I don't know who's asking you to do that. It wasn't that long ago where the weather was whipping up the beach at Epal Beach, and these guys are walking up and down the beach saying that the beach is closed. And I said, I'll get out of the water just because you're asking me to, but you guys aren't officers of the law, and as far as I know, you don't have the authority to shut down the beaches. I made a couple of phone calls, and these guys start walking backwards and saying, that's all right, do what you said, just be careful in the water. They've got all the authority to do that. And just starting to see more of these guys rolling around, and I'm wondering who it is that's saying that they can tell people to get out of the water, that they can direct traffic, all of those things. It's nice that you got somebody take pictures and help out the tourists. But, again, they ain't cops.
Well, they're probably not doing it on their own. So someone was telling them to do it, and somebody higher up in one of those departments.
There's somebody. I don't know whether to take this seriously. Nick Perlosky says lots of people walking around EPAL Beach with yellow shirts, but they're not G4S. LOL. Para Pros employed by DOE got the job done back in the day. 888-8255 is the telephone number. Would you look at the time? 7:28 in the morning and take advantage of some of the opportunities. That's why I put them on the air for you. Jerry has got the extra point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Yesterday, we talked about what managers and leaders should be consistent about. Today, we flip the script and focus on areas where we can be inconsistent. Is that just a little bit scary? Well, it's next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
So yesterday we discussed the importance of maintaining consistency in 5 key areas: personal and company values, how we conduct ourselves, helping people grow, holding one-on-one meetings with team members, and accountability for everybody. We don't want to fudge on any of those. No wiggle room. Managers stay focused on those factors. Yet inconsistency also scores points. Let's find out where. Duke University basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski can shed some light on it. He said, the most incredibly interesting thing about being a leader is what adjustments you make and how you make them, while keeping your core principles alive and well. Krzyzewski and Duke last won an NCAA championship in 2015. And what happened that year was a perfect example of the coach's statement. He booted a player off the team for violating team rules. Then, when injuries weakened the team, he changed how he utilized players, rotating 8 of them in and out against top teams in the country, with Duke taking home the trophy. In this instance, inconsistency is a strategy. It also features flexibility. Let's dig a little further. Number 1, growing people. While you manage everyone equally under a set code of values and rules, the way you invest in growing talent should vary from person to person. You might train me once every 6 months and the person next to me twice as often. Perhaps they're working on a more critical project, have different needs, or they respond better to training, which means your investment in them brings a greater return. If someone is in your organization is super aggressive and wants to get ahead, it just makes sense to put more money into their development than others who show little to no interest. Inconsistency is definitely the way to go here. Number 2, tactics and strategies. You'll treat introverts differently from extroverts. Your approach to millennials, baby boomers, and others may vary. Again, core values and policies will be the same, but your methods may not be. Number 3, trust. Here's something you've heard. Trust is earned. You earn a lot, you get a lot. Earn little, get little. How does that work? With delegating tasks? If I continually deliver quality work on time and gradually take more of a role in making decisions, the level of trust you have in me will grow. The fact that I have to earn your trust negates any chance of consistency. 4, how hard we push. We have to understand situations and the state of the team in order to decide how much to push workers. Everything is not an emergency. Know the capacity of people and be smart about this. And number 5, risk and control. Along with allowing a worker greater authority is the matter of understanding risk. Greater risk brings an increased chance of failing. Thus, we must be inconsistent with parceling out authority. All things considered, consistency and inconsistency have their place as factors that every leader has to balance. That's the extra point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
There it is, today's extra point, and then some good stuff in there about understanding the differences between the people that you've got, what their capacities are, what their limitations are going to be, and play to that crowd for maximum use of that guy.
Yeah, so if someone says, you're treating me differently than the next guy. Well, yeah, I am.
Because you're smarter. I have higher expectations for you than I have with these other guys. You demonstrated aptitude. You come to work on time, and you stay late. You don't give me any lip, and so you're the guy that I want to be my go-to guy. So if you feel like I'm overworking you, it's because I'm overworking you because I know you get stuff done. 7:33 in the morning. It's all right to be inconsistent. You want to know more? Go to Jerry Roberts' website. It is guamtraining.com. You want to get some of this into your place of business and have your people know what he knows. Again, guamtraining.com of the World Wide Web. At 7:33, news going to be brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamet over at Remax Diamond Realty. Maybe you're sitting on a piece of property that you want to rent out. Maybe you want to buy a piece of property so that you can rent it out. Or, I don't know, let's do something crazy like live in it. 688-6743. Lolita Kamet is waiting for your call at 688-6743. Is it time for the 8:30 news? 7:30 news then. I'll do that one. How's that? It's 7:34. Defense attorney Joe Rosano says the U.S. Attorney's Office acted prematurely in tackling potential entrapment issues in the case against Jonia Mayor Jesse Blas. Rosano filed in opposition to the government's motion that Blas should not be allowed to make an entrapment defense at trial. The prosecution contends there's no evidence for the defense to argue that Blas was induced by the government. On September 18th, Blas was charged with 6 counts of extortion under the color of official right and 7 counts of bribery. He pled not guilty to the charges and being held in jail pending trial. 4 bills signed by Governor Lou Leon Guerrero yesterday. Bill 138-35 expands the definition of the Natasha Protection of Act of 2005, and that makes vaping illegal in public places. You want to know more? Keep listening. I'll take it through with you. Public Law 35-49 also signed. Adopting the rules and regs for the Guam Board of Allied Health Examiners. The association, Bill 80-35 signed into public law, 35-46 setting new renewable energy goals for the Guam Power Authority, and Bill 152-35, which is now a public law, moving the Guam Film Office from the Guam Economic Development Authority to the Guam Educational Telecommunications Corporation, or KGTF. That go with the money? I don't think it did. The interim executive manager of the Guam Regional Transit Authority has taken back his notice to the governor to step down from his position. Daily Post received a copy of GRTA Chief Celestine Babauta's resignation letter addressed to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero about 5 days ago. Reached out to Babauta Tuesday morning. He said he has since rescinded the letter. Babauta told the Post he was looking forward to getting new buses for GRTA through an anticipated GSA bid and also finding out who will design the new GRTA facility. There's plenty more stories available for you. Pick up a copy of the Guam Daily Post or visit their website at postguam.com. iConnect time is 7:36. Swing by the nearest iConnect. Ask them about saving you money between now and the end of the year so you can buy Mike and I stuff with those savings, of course. The number is 888-8888. They'll save you money on mobile, internet, and push-to-talk plans.
Lolita Kamet from Remax Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate Remax professional, is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and to helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet from Remax Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East-West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Traffic Gizmo time. So in addition to the Traffic Gizmo, I got Kaz Endo, who's also on the road, southbound Marine Corps Drive up in Zigo. And he sent me this, and it's a picture of also southbound Marine Corps Drive traffic up in Zigo. This came with the 2 crying emoji faces on it. So you know that it stands still and slow down. And that's what I'm looking at right now between about where the schools are heading all the way down into the Dededo area. It doesn't even look like it speeds up a little bit until, yeah. Okay, until Upper Tumon. Expect some delays getting into Waisang Song. Expect some delays on Waisang Song. Intersection of 1 and 3 running busy southbound. All of 3 is busy southbound. Some of where the schools are also experiencing some heavier traffic loads right now. 8, 10, and 16 unusually busy since they've gotten all of the construction taken care of southbound from about where the football fields and the soccer fields and the baseball fields is all the way to the Happy Mart intersection. Then you've got a little bit of stop and go traffic between there on the uneven surfaces and that one good intersection that gets you into Teeds. And it's also slow on 10 in the usual spots by Untalon Middle School, 10 and 15. And the intersection of 4 and 10. Once you're on 4, should be all right until you get to a couple of the intersections. Expect some delays because, red lights and all of that. And expect the construction delays in the downtown Haggatnya area. Breathlessly talking about what's happening up in Tutuhan, up in the Ganya Heights area. Just a little bit of traffic over by Guam High and Navy Hospital. And then the traffic over Big Navy and Sumai, which we've all come to expect because, traffic. And the guy has to look inside the car and check your driver's license and IDs and stuff like that. 20 away from 7. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Did you know that home loan rates have plunged again? Would you like to take advantage of these lower rates to help lower your monthly payments? Refinancing doesn't have to be for another 30 years. It can be for 10, 15, or 20 years. It's up to you. Reduce your monthly payments. Pay off your loan earlier. At Bank Pacific, where we're open to closing your loan in a hurry.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply.
Konnichiwa! We'll be celebrating the 40th Japan Autumn Festival on Saturday, November 16th from 2 until 9 at the Governor Joseph Flores Beach Park. That's Ipao Beach Park. Parking will be available across Ocapeles with free shuttle service every 15 minutes starting at 1:30. Advance tickets available now at the Japan Club of Guam office located on the first floor of Pia Marine during business hours. The Japan Autumn Festival at Ipao Beach Park, November 16th from 2 to 9. Come, join us. For information, call 646-8066. This message made possible by Choice Broadcasting.
What's that? Vaping is illegal in public? Wait a second. There's a bunch of girls that I see every day that come out of their office building and stand outside smoking where everybody can see them. Is that considered a public space? Take a look at the Natasha Act from a few years ago. There have been some amendments made to it, and that's not vaping. That's a whole other thing. And I'll bet you that you can probably do that in more places than you can have.
You could do that
with a vape.
Who'd have thunk it?
They've added electronic smoking devices to the definitions here, meaning any electronic product that can be used to aerosolize and/or deliver nicotine or other substances to the person inhaling from the device, including but not limited to an electronic cigarette, electronic cigar, electronic cigarillo, electronic pipe, or hookah pen, and any cartridge or other component of the device or related product, whether or not sold separately. So those of you've gotten used to different places where you can and cannot smoke. Those places now you can and cannot vape in there. And, I don't have a problem with vaping. My biggest problem with vaping is every once in a while I'll walk into a cloud of something that smells like Lee Hing Mui, right? Sweet, sour, ginger, and it's so good, and it's just, a little tingling in the sensation in the nose, and then I want that for about a half hour. But otherwise, I think the only other issue that I have with vaping, and maybe Nick will back me up on this, I worry about some of these guys, right? They take these vapes and they just do one of these super hala pulls and then emit a cloud which they cannot see through in their car.
I believe that's the point, Ray. It's just the trickery of it.
Well, you just go, there's no way that this guy can see. There's a cloud of vape smoke in his car, and it lingers for about 5 seconds, and I'm wondering how this guy's able to drive on the road. But otherwise, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I think, the only thing that comes out in that smoke is not necessarily nicotine. Isn't it just water vapor?
I believe they do have some that come with nicotine.
Ray, we used to do the same thing, but we used to sit still in the car in a parking lot and listen to our 8-tracks.
Well, I was about to say speak for yourself, but people know me better. It's 7:42 in the morning. I got Nick Delgado on the line. Nick, ace journalist for the Guam Daily Post. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
And was that the only bout of no comment that you got yesterday?
After nearly 3 hours of waiting, yes. Pretty much.
It was 3 hours?
Almost. The first hour, as we reported, was with the group of officers, of close to 50 officers that did attend and weren't working and did make it to that meeting with the governor at the director's office. And then the second half, which went into almost 2 hours addition, was individual officers who wanted to speak with the governor in that same setting.
Wow. So based on that 3 hours, you would think that there might have been something, a decision had been made, or these are the topics that came up in the conversation. Here's the top 5 things that we're going to work on. I'm headed back to the office, and I'm going to work on them right now.
Right, and this is just the day after speaking with the governor about that second letter that came, that anonymous letter that came out of the Department of Corrections that spoke on how that fear of retaliation from leadership at the prison remains, and how they still aren't satisfied with that response from the first anonymous letter that called out hostile work environment.
Because it made them sound like they were just angry because the remnants of the Calvo administration weren't there to back them up anymore. I thought that was an interesting allegation to make, where these guys were coming through anonymously, and I would presume sincerely, but anonymously nonetheless, to the legislature and reaching out to the governor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, I can see where they would feel off-put by that sentiment. Like, oh, the only reason why you're complaining is because there's a new administration and there's somebody in there that's actually requiring you to work.
And I think we'll see that as we get into a new administration, as we've seen in the past. But coming from the governor's standpoint, I was hoping to at least hear from her at least a similar response to what she told me at the Veterans Day ceremony down in EPOW on Monday, when she had mentioned that, she hadn't read that second anonymous letter, but that, of course, she takes those allegations and the concerns of the staff at DOC very seriously. She'll look into a lot of the issues, and some of those issues we've seen before this letter had been coming out had to do with the lack of manpower issues. I don't know if you can equate that to anything pretty sensitive.
Well, if they're going to be, how do I want to say this? It would have been appropriate because Director Brennan wasn't there. The number 2 guy from the police department wasn't there either, I understand. Correct. And so it would have been appropriate if it was sensitive to say, okay, hold up, stop. I need to call somebody from civil service in here.
Right. But this was a meeting just with the governor, just with the rank and file at the Department of Corrections. I even heard at one point, or maybe early on in the meeting, that she even offered for her security detail to exit the room if the officers felt even more comfortable with that.
Well, somebody felt comfortable. I'm told that Candid has a recording of the meeting yesterday.
I heard there was a recording going around, correct, and I did hear some bits of it. So yeah, that's where I was hearing, not just from my sources of the prison, but just from a recording that you're mentioning was going around of the governor speaking with these officers and telling them that she wanted to meet with them face-to-face to hear the concerns face-to-face. And so I thought that I would get at least a little response, even if it's just a general response about her meeting with them and what steps she may take moving forward, even as a plan. But then we got the answer that we did from the governor, which was a continuous no comment.
Yeah, well, here's a thought that's playing in my head right now, because there was no one there from civil service, and there was this conversation, and there's a recording of the conversation. Do these civil service protections still apply? Are these guys, officially whistleblowers, or would they be subject to some kind of retribution? I wouldn't do it, but I mean, it's possible that somebody legally could and say, well, yeah, I'm going to bust you down. You're going to work 30-hour shifts now because you blabbed to the governor. If you wanted to blab about me, you should have gone to civil service.
Right. And I believe in one of the recordings that might have been going around, I heard that the governor had mentioned something like she didn't care to know the name of the officers as they were bringing forward their complaint. She just wanted to hear their complaint. So I don't know if that was her way of trying to skirt away around that issue, to just take these complaints anonymously, even though she's face-to-face seeing the name tags of these officers and meeting with them in person. But it would be interesting to see how that would play out if it goes to that level at the Civil Service Commission.
Well, it's apparently very sensitive and warranted a no comment, substantial no comment comments from the governor and among the people that were there. So that, you know, what's the degree of sensitivity now? Are people needing the protection of the Civil Service Commission as possible whistleblowers? And then what's the next step with Sam Brennan? So if Sam wasn't there, there was a reason why the guys didn't want them there. There was a reason why the governor didn't want them there. And how precarious is her position now?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, it did seem like they were making, there were a couple points where I felt like, okay, there could be some progress happening in there with this talk, because I'm hearing the guys clap. But who am I to say that was probably just the officers cheering on their fellow officers?
No, it could be.
Well, what the governor might have been telling them.
We don't know. I mean, somebody just sent me a link with some audio on it, and maybe I'll see if I can scare up a couple of minutes in the next few minutes to sort out what's going on here. For those of you that are curious as to what the exchange was like between Nick Delgado from the Guam Daily Post and Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, this is the nature of the conversation as she was exiting the director's office yesterday afternoon.
So, how did the meeting go?
I don't really want to comment. Sensitive stuff.
Right.
So.
But it looks like the guys came out. They didn't want to comment either. Some gave thumbs up. So it must have been positive.
It was a good informational meeting, yes.
Yeah, a lot of it, I'm sure, had to do with the discussion of those letters that we spoke about yesterday.
I don't want to comment on that.
Was there anything that you can say about what progress is going to be made?
So don't ask any more questions. It's really very sensitive information, and I'll deal with it as appropriate.
Is there any information that isn't sensitive that you can discuss with us about
there
this?
Is none.
Basta, I dropped my phone. Tony, pick that up. And then she gets in the car and scoots away.
Actually, it was actually my water bottle that I.
Oh, is it your water bottle? I was gonna say she's so mad at you. She's throwing stuff. Don't make me pick up my slipper, boy. There's gonna be trouble here. All right. Well, that is what that is, and I think there's a lot of people that are expressing it. In fact, the Guam Daily Post expressing in their editorial this morning the lack of transparency there. How much time had elapsed between when all of the rank and file had left and then she walked out? I mean, was there did she have a couple of minutes to put together an idea about what she might say to anybody in the media that was outside?
I believe so, because prior to the group leaving, before the individual meetings, I overheard the chief of staff. Her chief of staff mentioned there's a reporter outside.
Mm-hmm.
Told him about, even gave me heads up. He's like, Nick, I'm going to tell the officers that you are out here, and if they want to speak with you, because those letters were anonymous, and we don't want to say that or implicate that these are the officers who wrote it, I'm going to give them the option. And I said, fair enough, I will be out here. And so I did hear him give them notice, and so I felt like that could have been the opportunity for the administration. I mean, her chief of staff was there, her deputy chief of staff was there.
Mm-hmm.
She had her security detail there as well in the event of anything, because it's at the prison facility. But I was just hoping for a response, right?
I think there's a lot of people that will agree with the point of the Post editorial. How the governor reacted to general questions over an issue of public importance was a surprise. It's not easy to be governor and be put on the spot, but that's part of what she and other elected officials signed up for, even when it's not a feel-good story.
And I'm hoping that we will start to see some of whatever the outcome is from that meeting, from the administration, as well as from the leaders at DOC, who we haven't heard from since last week's oversight hearing.
Okay. Last thing before I let you go here, there was also apparently a hearing. Defense for Mayor Blas is suggesting that it is too early, premature for the guys over at the U.S. Attorney's Office to start embargoing the conversation about entrapment. They think it's putting the carabao before the cart. No, wait, the cart before the carabao, and then the defense, the prosecutors did exactly what I knew they were going to do, and that is, hey, guess what? We have other evidence here, including a video that shows him readily accepting money, in fact, asking for more money and discussing ways to avoid detection by law enforcement. Did you see the defense attorney just kind of smack his head and go, oh, darn, did it again?
Yeah, and that's why as we get closer and closer to the December 2nd trial, both sides clearly doing what they can to just fight the case as effectively as possible. And seeing as the government had the upper hand in bringing this forward, they wanted to be sure that their little operation with Brenda and others involved isn't going to backfire against them.
No, that will be interesting. Page 2 of the Guam Daily Post, if you want to follow that story. That would have been the #1 story today had not there been this conversation over at the Department of Corrections.
Right, and that came down at the end of the day, one of the last filings in the District Court of Guam.
All right. One last thing. Are you aware of whether or not Lilian Guerrero, the governor, is going to be talking to GVB? There was also an anonymous letter that was floating around from the guys over at the Visitors Bureau with concerns about the current boss, Pilar Laguatnia. Do you suppose that maybe she'll go down there and have a meeting with them?
I haven't heard from speaking or from following the reports out of the Guam Visitors.
Dude, if I was one of the authors of that, I'd go, you know, what's good for the geese is good for the gander. You went down to the Department of Corrections, then talk to those guys. You need to come and talk to us.
Yeah, and what was interesting too is that letter from DOC came out after the one from GVB, and so I'm not sure what involvement the administration, if at all any.
Oh yeah, Dave. There seems to be a lot of carabaos before the carts, or carts before the carabaos. I'm never going to get that right. Nick, I got to run. Have a good time today. I'm looking forward to reading what you guys are going to be writing about tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, my brother. Jimmy Moylan, Senator Jimmy Moylan, on the line right now. Good morning, Senator. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. I'm doing great. Thank you.
I appreciate you trying to save my hard-earned tax dollars from the Pacific Islands Development Bank.
Right. That's right.
We need that money for FestPac.
Yeah, right. That's another cause, or the Guam Film Festival or something. But yes, why? Why are we sending this money away when we desperately need it in our own home, at Department of Corrections or at GPD? Why are we doing this? I'm not sure. But, you know, I'll keep on fighting the fight.
Well, Jimmy, until you're the governor of Guam.
Thanks, Ray.
Or until you're the lieutenant governor of Guam with Mary Torres, has that moved off of the joke? Not the joke, but my joke phase yet? Has that gotten any legs?
Daily it does, yes. And I'm getting asked that question. Is this serious? Is this real? But really, I'm sure Mary, just as myself, right, are focused on our job at hand. But we're very humbled by the reaction that we got.
Oh, humble is good. Humble can get you reelected, buddy. I'll just tell you that right now. 7:55, and a couple of things in my head. In the Pacific Islands Development Bank, you have introduced now a piece of legislation that I haven't read the whole thing because, frankly, you just sent it to me. But I'm assuming that it is a hands-off bill and says that you cannot put that money in the Pacific Islands Development Bank.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if in the future you wish to, you have to follow some procedures, and it needs to be transparent, not how it was introduced in our budget bill.
Gotcha. All right, so that's going to be the next thing. I don't hold out any hope that it'll actually get out of committee, that it'll actually get a public hearing, Jim. But it's possible it could, because there might be some unraveling of some things, and I'm wondering if maybe some people over at the legislature might be wanting to distance themselves a little bit more from Adelup, maybe express a little of their own independence, if you will.
That's right. Time could be all about timing, and I have a little bit faith here. Right?
Exactly. I can almost see Tina Rose Munya Barnes going, I wonder what else Jimmy's got. At any rate, so we're what happened yesterday? You pointed this out to me last week. There was going to be a Committee on Rules meeting at 9:30, and there was, and then the legislature called into session at 2:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So what normally they have them separated by at least a little bit of a gap, so that people in the media can know what it is to expect out of this session. But I didn't get anything. I still have not seen the agenda for this session. Have you?
I did yesterday when we sat down at session, but we did have both meetings on the same day, and usually we have it a week prior. So CORE is going to decide, and we're going to vote on, the 12 of us are going to vote on what bills that have had public hearing will make it to this session floor agenda.
Right. That's usually the way it works.
Yes, and that didn't happen. Well, it did happen, and we decided on these bills, which mine weren't any of them, but we did have session as well. And that's not enough time really for the senators as well as the public to know what's going on. What are your senators going to discuss today? What new legislation is going to impact the island? So I believe it was Senator Taitigui did ask for a recess for that we continue on tomorrow. At least give us a day and at least give the public some time to look over these bills that are on the agenda. And that was denied. So we move forward with the agenda. And my understanding of why we had these two things on the same day was it was difficult to get a quorum for CORE because so many folks were off island or had other activities. And so I also was trying to figure out why are we having sessions so early? Why can't we put it closer to the end of the month?
Yeah.
Because
it's Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, yeah. So no,
it's the end of the month, and it is literally at the end of the month. This is the latest Thanksgiving that you're going to feel for a while. It's like with the 28th or something like that. And so I believe that there is time, but I can also see people, working backwards, going, well, we got to get ready for Thanksgiving, and even though it's 2 weeks away, I thought that was going to be the answer. I'm disappointed that it is because, frankly, everybody could be working the day before Thanksgiving, and everybody can work the day after Thanksgiving as well. The legislature doesn't necessarily need to take a gubernatorial gift that hasn't been announced yet, but I'm assuming that it will.
That's correct. I mean, private enterprise works that way, and we work for the people. Yep. So we should be working hard too. So I'm just curious what's going to happen in Christmas as well. I hope we avoid the same situation.
I'd be surprised. Anyway, so do me a favor. I got the guy, the secretary of the Veterans Affairs, calling in a few minutes. So I'm going to have to break away for Fox News. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
You bet. Have a great day.
I will, Jim. It's Senator Jim to me. It's 8 o'clock in the morning? Sure is. And this is KUSG Hagåtña. We are The Point.
Debating DACA. I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments today in the Trump administration's efforts to end an Obama-era program which protects more than 600,000 immigrants brought into the country illegally as children from deportation.
Justice Sonia Sotomayor questioned whether enough consideration was given to the harm the administration's decision could do. But Justice Brett Kavanaugh quizzed attorneys on whether the executive branch had discretion on immigration policy. An attorney arguing against the administration conceded the president has authority, but federal law still requires a reasoned explanation. An opinion is expected by late June.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Republicans are mounting a defense for President Trump as public testimony begins tomorrow in the House impeachment inquiry.
Counselor to the president, Kellyanne Conway, told Fox News that just because some diplomats believe the president was withholding military aid to Ukraine in exchange for political investigations doesn't make it true.
I heard it from somebody, heard it from somebody, heard it from somebody, and here's my interpretation. Folks, that is not how we impeach and remove presidents who are democratically elected.
Conway said President Trump could release a transcript of an April call with the leader of Ukraine as soon as tomorrow, or at least by the end of the week.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland in Washington. The president touting his administration's economic policies today and criticizing the Federal Reserve for not cutting its benchmark interest rates sooner and more often.
We are actively competing with nations who openly cut interest rates so that now many are actually getting paid when they pay off their loan, known as negative interest. Who ever heard of such a thing?
The president speaking earlier today at the Economic Club of New York. Mixed day on Wall Street. The Dow ending the day flat. The S&P up 5 points. The NASDAQ was up 22 for another record high. America is listening to Fox News.
If you've ever struggled for breath, you know what a scary experience it is. Whether you have asthma, emphysema, COPD, lung cancer, or another respiratory illness, the right medical treatment makes all the difference. GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic has the latest technology and respiratory equipment, staffed by world-class pulmonologists. Make an appointment today with GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic and start breathing easier. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime. which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Former President Jimmy Carter is recovering after brain surgery in Georgia.
It was done to relieve pressure on his brain from a subdural hematoma due to recent falls he has had. He's fallen at least 3 times this year, and the first of those required hip replacement surgery. The former president, who is 95, also fell on October 6th, which required stitches, and was hospitalized again after fracturing his pelvis on October 21st. There were no complications in today's surgery, and he will stay in the hospital for observation for the time being. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
A 26-year-old man's been indicted on murder charges in the September 2018 shooting deaths of 2 Mississippi police officers. Marcus Flowers making his first court appearance on the charges earlier today. Investigators say body camera video shows Flowers shooting and killing the Brookhaven police officers. He was on parole at the time of those shootings. McDonald's is facing a class action harassment lawsuit.
McDonald's workers claim the company has a systemic problem of sexual harassment. They're filing a proposed class action complaint to represent multiple accusers. Representatives for those accusers say the employees have filed more than 50 complaints in the last 3 years, alleging a variety of illegal conduct in both corporate-owned and franchised McDonald's restaurants. The workers are backed by the American Civil Liberties Union and the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
A 93-year-old veteran from Virginia is finally getting a diploma more than 75 years after World War II interrupted his education. James Yarbrough received an honorary high school diploma yesterday during a Veterans Day ceremony at Washington Henry Elementary School in Mechanicsville. Yarbrough entered into military service with the U.S. Army in 1943. That was during his senior year in high school and before he was able to graduate. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, and appropriate that we end the Fox News with a story about a veteran getting the diploma. I think that's a great way to segue into the next portion of the program. It is the Ray Gibson Show. We're taking a break away from our regular format because we've got a very unique opportunity to spend some time with, and I like him already. I mean, I picked up the phone, and he says, "Hi, this is Robert Wilkie," and it took me a second because I don't know him by Robert Wilkie. I know the guy as Secretary of the Veterans Affairs, Robert Wilkie. Good morning. Welcome to the program, sir.
Oh, well, thank you for having me, Ray. It's a great pleasure.
No, pleasure's all mine. Happy belated Veterans Day. Tell me a little bit about how you observed the day.
Well, it was a long day. It started with some of the folks you just heard from in your break there with Fox News at 6 o'clock yesterday morning. I hosted a breakfast for several hundred veterans and veteran service organizations. I spoke at Arlington Cemetery, gave a speech there along with the vice president, then hosted another veteran service organization reception, then finished the night with a speech about the American Revolution at the American Revolution Institute, and then today gave two speeches about the role of religion in veterans' lives, and then also to the collected veterans who work as appointees under President Trump. So it's a busy week. Actually, it started on Friday. I conducted a press conference at the White House and then had a speech at the National Press Club, all about veterans, which is always a good thing.
Well, and my guess is it probably started getting busy about March of 2018. That's my understanding of when you were nominated for the job by the president.
Well, that's right. And I was told about it with the entire world watching.
Ah, just what? It come out in a tweet? Did it?
No, I was invited to a conference on prison reform, and I was the acting secretary. My official title was Undersecretary of Defense. And the president started going down the line, Ryan Zinke, et cetera, et cetera. And then he got to me, and he said, "You know, folks, we haven't told Secretary Wilkie this, but he's going to be the nominee to be the Secretary of Veterans Affairs." And I walked up on the stage and shook his hand. But let me just, all kidding aside, I come from a family of military service. I'm still in the reserves. But my father was a senior officer in the 82nd Airborne Division when I was growing up. I've got pictures of my great-grandfather over my shoulder when he was a young artilleryman in the 82nd Infantry Division. So I've got it in spades, and that's why when you're called to serve and when the military has been part of your life, you just say yes. And I was honored to do that. I've been on the job a year and 3 months. I've been to Guam.
I know it. I was going to ask you. That was one of my questions. Next was going to be, what are your thoughts? You were here at the end of July and spent some time at the with the lieutenant governor, and I know that you spent some time with our very vocal family of vets. One of them is a guy named Tom Devlin, who I'm sure you'll recall. Tom gets to,
and I think he's from. I think he's from New York, right?
Might be, but he is part of a program that I originally put on the air on another radio station called Vet Talk, because I wanted to make sure that there was a vehicle, that there was a venue for these continuous conversations. I don't know that we will ever get to the end of the needs of our veterans, but it's nice to know we got somebody's got some times in defense and in the national defense conversation, going back to the Bush administration and even earlier, to help bring some of those topics to the forefront.
Well, let me tell you why I was in Guam. I mentioned I've been in the job for a year and 3 months. I visited Guam. I visited Samoa. I visited the Marianas, Northern Marianas.
Mm-hmm.
And those groups of Americans, the people you serve on your radio station, they serve in the armed forces in numbers greater than any other group in the country. And I was told that I was the first VA secretary to visit Saipan. I was the first VA secretary to visit American Samoa. I was not the first to visit Guam. I believe General Shinseki did. It's important to talk to people who bear the battle. And one of the things I was looking at on Guam, and I've reported this to your delegate in the Congress, is how the expansion of the Naval Hospital that will occur when the Marines start moving in force, how that opens up the quality and the number of services for our veterans on Guam. That's important.
How's that going to? I mean, that's kind of central to the conversation that I've got here. And such an animal has existed for a while. It started with the Captain James level federal health care demonstration, and from the my read of the GAO report that came out on it was there were just a few issues related more to managerial interoperability, IT department meshings, and things like that. But it still seemed to me that we were able to take a facility that was more of a Department of Defense healthcare facility and merge that with the needs of just making basically a larger CBOC. Is that something, Secretary Wilkie, that is going to happen on Guam?
It will, and more importantly, the resources that the Navy had, we'll tie more closely into that, and also with the Mission Act, which kicked in on June 6th. We are allowing veterans the option. If we cannot provide a service that they need, then we will make sure that they are able to get into the private sector. Now, as I found out on Guam, I hear the same thing that I hear in North Carolina or Texas or Alabama. The vast majority of veterans are very happy with the care they get at VA. And they are voting with their feet. In fact, this year across America, we've had 3 million more appointments than we did on all of last year already. So people are happy. But what the president wants to do is create that balance so that the prerogatives of VA are not at the center of a veteran's life. It is the needs of the veteran. The other thing that we have to expand, and we are moving in that direction on the island, is making sure that more people have access to telehealth. That's particularly important when it comes to mental health services, so that we don't force people to go into a clinical setting against their will. And that is a huge a huge step forward. The last thing I will say, we do have in place a payment system that ensures that the private health care on Guam, that has the folks who have been cooperating with us, are paid. In the last administration, they weren't paid very well or in a timely manner. And we are in the process of making sure that all of those bills that have been posted are now taken care of.
Interesting conversation. So, and forgive me my ignorance, but I knew that there was a conversation that was working. But you're putting some finality on this. That Navy Hospital will at some point become kind of a regional veterans facility.
Well, and then I'll just read.
I mean, it's outside of the CBOC, so we got that small CBOC there. But
it's an agreement. It's an agreement that we have. For clinical services that are not available in the Guam VA clinic. The primary medical provider on the island is the Naval Hospital Guam. We have a sharing agreement with Guam, the Naval Hospital, where they provide inpatient medicine and specialty care services to veterans on a space available basis.
Mm-hmm.
Our argument is that as the presence of the United States Marine Corps gets larger, that clinic, that hospital will also get larger, and they'll be able to offer us more for our veterans. But for whatever reason that a service can't be provided at the Naval Hospital, then we go to those on-island community providers through direct VA referral or through care in the community. And we have agreements for payments with Memorial Hospital, a regional medical city on Guam, and I inspected them. I talked to the folks there, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
814, I'm glad you made the distinction about on-island care. There's also an interest that's been expressed by members of our veteran community here about a different kind of off-island care. But St. Luke's Hospital in Manila, Medical City in the hospital, which is affiliated with Guam Regional Medical City. Are there conversations that bend in that direction for our veterans as well?
Well, we do have the option when it is needed to get people to, in some cases, Honolulu, if not Honolulu, San Francisco. I need to make it out to Manila and walk the post. One of the things that I have preached, and coming from a military family, it's absolutely essential when it comes to working in an institution like this, is getting out and talking to the people and seeing things. I think I've been in 43 states plus the islands of the Pacific,
mm-hmm.
and to make sure that we have the system in place to get our veterans to the care that they need, be it on Honolulu or be it in San Francisco. But I also have to make sure that as we continue to reform, we don't put an extra burden on the families when they too have to travel with their veterans. So it's a complicated system, but it's one that I think we're beginning to turn the corner on. And I'll also say this: it's important to me. It's important to me because I know that Guam is one place in our nation where you don't have to explain military service, and those areas of the country like that need to be cherished and helped, and that's what our goals are. The other thing that I will say mm-hmm. is, and I was at your vet center. I spent about half a day there. The concerns that you have in Guam are the concerns that I have in my home area of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and that is homelessness. Although you have done a great job, I think the number of veterans homeless in Guam is about 14 or 15, which is a tremendous drop. But 14 or 15 is still a lot. But it's suicide and mental health. We have to have that national conversation about suicide and mental health, and this president's created the task force for it. I think when we are finished, I will be able to go to for instance, let's just pick out Catholic Charities. Go to Catholic Charities and say, here are the resources for you to help us find those veterans who have slipped through the cracks, because 60% of the veterans who take their lives are outside of VA. They have no contact with us. And I've got to be able to be helped in finding them. And that is the key to this. And the last thing I will say, we have not done a job in this country of addressing those needs, but it's not just the needs of veterans. I'll give you an example. When I was growing up at Fort Bragg, the leading cause of death for people who were in high school in America was car accidents. Today, the leading cause of death is suicide. This is something that is impacting the entire country. It's hitting the New York City Police Department. It's hitting all areas of America. And we need to have a national focus. I think telehealth helps. I think opening the aperture so we can get resources to the localities to help them help us will be a great step forward as well.
I'm interested in what you were doing and what you were overseeing in Philly. I hope I say the fellow's name right. The Corporal Crescent's Outpatient Center, where you're looking at more non-traditional means of therapies, non-opioid means of therapies for our veterans.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point. So let me again go back to my childhood, and this was pretty evident when I was in the vet center in Guam, because I saw a lot of veterans of Vietnam and some from Korea. We are determined to treat the source of pain. We want to get away from using traditional opioid therapies that impact the brain, but when that stuff wears off, you still have the pain and you haven't done anything to move your body forward. So we are offering alternative therapies like Tai Chi, yoga, acupuncture, music therapy, art therapy, things that in my father's day, if I'd offered them to him, would have gotten me a flat nose against my face, because it was not part of the way warriors behaved. But more and more of that, and also on the medical side, in terms of prescriptions and drugs, we are finding that combinations of Tylenol and aspirin, ibuprofen and aspirin, are just as effective, if not more effective, in treating pain than the traditional opioid therapy. And VA's been a leader. We've reduced the percentage of prescriptions by 51%, and that is something that I don't think the rest of the country has done. But and we still get critics. I mean, we'll get people who say you're taking away my pain medicine, but what we're trying to do is get people healthy, get them off of that stuff, and actually do something that improves the quality, the total quality of their lives.
Secretary Wilkie, I know that you've got a limited amount of time. Just a couple of comments from our listeners that have chimed in on Facebook Live. We broadcast the program virtually everywhere, including social media. John Mendiola says, Hafa Ray just wanted to let the employees down at the Naval Station pass an ID, thank them for their professional assistance for me, and the veterans that were processed on the pre-enrollment yesterday. Greatly appreciated the timely process that went very smoothly and that got everybody through. John Mendiola Telefofo.
Ray, let me add to that. Obviously, as I said earlier, at Guam, you don't have to explain military service. But we are working with DOD, and I mentioned this when I was at the Vet Center earlier in the year. Your veterans on Guam, about 11,000 of them, will begin to have access to the Naval Exchange, to the commissary. That is a new benefit for those who have not spent 20 years and retired off of active duty, or in in the other areas of the law have a Medal of Honor, which automatically entitles that person to access to military installations. So that will be a benefit for the 11,000 veterans on Guam, that they'll be able to use the naval facilities for the commissary and the exchange, which I think is a wonderful reward for their services.
Another one of my veteran pals, Chris Chip, says strongly suggests the secretary visit the VA in Manila, as from experience they appear to be out of sight, out of mind attitude, which drove me to move to Guam so he could be closer to that kind of service. And a note from
he's certainly right about presence. So I'm headed out there sometime next year, and part of my command philosophy, which your veterans will understand, is that you have to have eyes on to a problem, and he's absolutely right. I don't believe we've ever had a VA secretary in Manila, and I will be headed out there in a few months.
Now, if you need company, you stop by the radio station, and I'll be sure to show you some of my favorite places there. James Howard, and another comment from Pam Duvall, or is it Denise Legaspi? It's Pam. They talk about CBDs, cannabis for PTSD, other kinds of psychedelics and mushrooms. It's not the 60s anymore, and certainly eyes might be opening up now to the therapeutic values that are provided here. Your thoughts on that?
Well, let me be perfectly clear on that. That is still against the law. It's against federal law. And let me tell you what my concerns are. You just said it. This ain't the 60s anymore. But as part of that, I will also tell you this ain't Janis Joplin's marijuana either. This stuff is 40 and 50, 60% more powerful than the stuff of Woodstock and the stuff of the age of Aquarius. And at a time when we are decreasing our use of opioids, I would be very, very hesitant to go down that other road. That said, that is a debate right now for the Congress, and we will see what they say. But as of now, regardless of what Wilkie might think, it is against the law at the federal level to use the stuff.
Secretary Wilkie, I want to extend a personal invitation to you to visit the radio station. Maybe the next time you're in town on the way to Manila, we'll get some of the vets in the studio that are way more literate on this than I am. I've never had the privilege of service, and therefore use this show and this station as a platform to help bring some light on these issues. But I doesn't mean that I understand them all. But I'd love to have you in the studio. I'd love to have the vets in the studio. I'd love to have some vets at the legislature join me as well.
Thank you, and I hope it's the stop-off point. May I do one more thing for you?
Absolutely.
Real quick. Our Veterans Crisis Line. I do want veterans to know that they can use it. We get about 1,700 calls a day across America. We act on about 200, and it's a simple number. It's 800-273-8255. And I think the text is 838-255. And please use it. And I thank you for giving me a chance to talk, and I hope I get a chance to come visit you in the studio.
I'm looking forward to that very, very much. Secretary of the VA, Robert Wilkie, again, appreciate your time. Have a fantastic rest of the day in what has got to be getting colder Washington, D.C.
It is cold and dark, so look out.
All right.
All right, take care.
I will.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you soon. It's 8:26 in the morning, and I don't know. You want to take a quick break here? Might be a good idea, and try to figure out where the show is going to go now.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Lights, camera, fajita! Taste the sizzle at Chili's with our new fajita flavors, featuring the new all-star cast, the grilled stuffed avocado with southwestern shrimp topped with Santa Fe sauce, cilantro, limes, and queso fresco. Or the Monterey chicken, juicy chicken breast topped with barbecue sauce, mixed cheese, bacon, diced tomatoes, and chopped green onion. All served on a sizzling skillet with warm flour tortillas. Experience bold, sizzling fajita limited-time flavors only at Chili's. More life happens here. Located at the Tumon Sands Plaza, 2nd floor.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Want to grow your business? Start a new venture? Or stay ahead of the competition? You can. With Docomo Pacific Smart Business Solutions tailored to your specific needs and ambitions, you can do it all. Partner with a network with best-in-class network coverage, state-of-the-art communication platforms, and a team dedicated to providing you with premium support. Call 688-2677 to start your journey to success today. Docomo Pacific Business, delivering your future today.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Was that supposed to be weather?
Yeah, that's weather. Yeah.
We talked about the weather. It's going to be nice today.
Yeah,
and we'll have a nice
great.
sunset. And how about that? Yeah, this is one of those. It's a weird thing because we're so connected to what the regular format of the program is. When it breaks away, we kind of break down. So we kind of looking at each other, going, "What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?"
I did get a call from Margaret Metcalf. She
Yeah.
just called. She said, "Kudos on your interview," and she'll call us tomorrow and talk about it.
Oh, it's nice. Pudding helped out a lot. Putting the interview together and making sure that I knew who I was talking to. But really, there's some really interesting stuff that came out. Not just in the call, but look it up. Some of the things that they're doing at this Corporal Kreschen's outpatient center, and the things that they want to do to get people off of one kind of a drug or another. A lot of mental health issues, and maybe there are other therapies that will work. A little bit disappointed that it didn't go, "Oh yeah, CBDs and cannabis. I'm smoking some now. This stuff, it works for me." But no, it didn't go down that road. He does have to recognize, as a secretary, as a cabinet level employee of the federal government, that there is still, it is cannabinoids or cannabinoids, etc. THC is still a Schedule 1 deal. So, well, oh well. It's 8:30 in the morning, and we've got some guests that are coming. In fact, we're packed up with guests practically all the way through the program. But I did want to take some time and just talk about just what a skull crusher it was yesterday for some people with the loss of the San Francisco 49ers. Let's sports here for a second. We got a break? What? Well, at some point we've got to spend a little bit more time talking about it.
Yeah,
but that was the big deal. That was the big deal in sports yesterday. Was San Francisco 49ers did not get to 9-0.
No, they didn't. We'll talk about how.
I didn't watch it. I mean, I'm just telling you. I was looking at the digital details of it, going, this doesn't look good. This doesn't, and then it started looking good, and then it stopped looking good again. And then pretty soon, all of my friends and family in Washington State started throwing up all kinds of jazz about how they were the ultimate winners. Like they're now going to the Super Bowl just because they beat the San Francisco 49ers. Still a few more games to go. Right? It's 8:31. Be right back.
Life happens. You need to go to work. The kids need to go to school. There are family events, friend events, any event, and everyone needs to communicate. When you need mobile services that you know you can rely on, choose GTA. As the winner of Ookla's 2019 award for Best Mobile Coverage on Guam, you can rely on us to offer you better plans to modernize your life, fit your needs, and keep you connected. So visit us today and let us help you connect. GTA, we start with you.
Out of here.
'Tis the season to be feasting. Indulge the fun way at Sandalo Club's Donut Dash 2K 5K on Saturday, November 30 at Tizen Complex. Race starts at 6 a.m. There will be cash prizes, and the first 300 finishers get a free coffee mug, perfect for dunking those donuts you will get when you register. The more donuts you eat, the better you'll do. The Donut Dash registration fee is $15. Register online at guamdonutdash.eventbrite.com or call 488-9028. A portion of the proceeds will benefit the Guam Police Department.
Okay, now it's time for me to talk. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American Medical Center. 3 locations to serve you. You'd think they'd put them all into one place because it's the center, right? Well, they have centers in different parts of the island is the important thing. Upper Tumon, Manilao, and Okatamuna. You want details on what kind of services they can provide there and what kind of insurance they'll accept. 647-8262. Also brought to you by American President Lines Global Presence with a local home. Take Care Insurance, offering proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage you and your family to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle. We've got preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing, unwinding, and my favorite one being socially connected, and you can do all of those things in a variety of programs over at Take Care. And then this from Mescla. You think about Mescla, sometimes you think about, down home, perfecto chamorro food, some kind of Asian fusion, Guamanian thing. But they also branch into other places. For instance, they have pizza at Mescla. What? Get out of here with that. House-made pizza dough with marinara sauce, 3-cheese blend, Canadian bacon, Spanish chorizos. We got peppers, onions, and cilantro pesto. Find that in Agutya and Tumon at the Grand Plaza Hotel. You want to make reservations, I suggest them, 969-2652.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
At 8:33 in the morning, it's just a pile of papers now that I've moved around strategically so that they were exactly where I needed them to be when it was time to read the 8:30 newscast. But I don't have it, so I might end up doing a 7:30 cast all over again. And basically the same stuff from the Guam Daily Post. We've also spent a little bit of time with Nick Delgado talking about his no comment episode with the governor of the territory as she was exiting the meeting, an impromptu meeting that was held. Yeah, that was held with some guys over. Oh, you haven't heard that yet? What? I'm sorry, you didn't hear? Okay, I'll play the video for you so you can hear it. Tatlo.
How did the meeting go?
I don't really want to comment. Sensitive stuff.
Right.
So.
But it looks like the guys came out. They didn't want to comment either. Some gave thumbs up. So it must have been positive.
It was a good informational meeting, yes.
Yeah, a lot of it I'm sure had to do with the discussion of those letters that we spoke about yesterday.
I don't want to comment on
Now
that.
here comes the mom look.
Was there anything that you can say about
Nick,
what progress
there
is
it is.
going to be made? So don't ask any more questions. It's really very sensitive information, and I'll deal with it as appropriate.
She almost threw the Zori right
that
there.
you can discuss
What's that?
She almost threw the Zori at him right there.
Anyway, so interesting conversation. Not a whole lot of detail, not a whole lot of substance of it that took place yesterday. So I guess we're going to find out. We find out through perhaps other sources. I'm not aware of any documented conversation that has come out of Janelle or anybody over at the governor's office for that. All right, 8:35, and we'll sports quick.
Yeah, once again, heartbreak as Monday Night Football wound up being a downer for especially San Francisco fans. The Seahawks winning that game in overtime. That's the second overtime win for the Seahawks in as many weeks. And so now they're just a game behind the Niners in the division. Week 10 winner is once again pass interference. That's Boris, by the way. He won with 8 picks and a tiebreaker with Owen Nader 671. So, Boris, I'll be sending you an email telling you about your Outback gift certificate and your T-shirt. Congratulations.
How are we doing on the regular standings? I mean, like everybody, is Mingo still in the lead?
We'll check that right now.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. We've got Mingo is in the lead by 2 right now at 97 points. Nate in second place with 95. Downset What the What in third with 94 points. Pass interference, and that's Boris. He's been making a comeback the last couple of weeks. He's up at 94 points, 93 rather. Dead Bugs also at 93. BBLRB Chub at 93. White Flower Dude at 93, and you are at 93 as
Get
well.
out, really?
Niners for Life, Daraka, Duhawk 671, all there at 93.
Oh, I gotta do better on the tiebreakers, because I think that's what's going on. You got everybody kind of lined up in one spot because we're all just going with the 14 games that are being played. I think maybe I need to dive deeper into being able to predict my tiebreaker algorithms a little bit better.
Yeah, because week before last,
it makes a difference clearly.
Yeah, week before last, you were tied with the winner, but because of the tiebreaker, they actually got the
which is amazing, because last week I sucked as bad as I do this week. I got five out of it. 8:37 in the morning, and a lot of stuff to get to. Unfortunately, we used up a lot of sports and news time with the secretary of the VA, and I've got interviews lined up. I've got guys stacked up between here and about 10 o'clock. We'll get a conversation quickly with our friends from the Japan Club of Guam, talking about the Akimatsuri that you need to attend. Can we just go straight into the headlines, or you want me to take a quick break? All right, straight into the headlines then. 8:37 in the morning, news from the Guam Daily Post. My name is Ray Gibson. Legislation has been introduced that seeks to place a temporary moratorium on psychological evaluation and background investigations for correctional officers. Bill 240, introduced by Vice Speaker Telena Nelson, attempts to alleviate the distressed work environment and enhance the safety of correctional officers by establishing a moratorium on the pre-employment requirements for correctional officers. The legislation, if passed, would require that any correctional officer meet all of the requirements, including the background and psychological evaluations, by June 30th of 2020. In other government news, the Department of Administration will be mailing 326 tax refund checks this week. The checks total about $1.2 million. According to Rev and Tax, the checks also include refunds that will be garnished to repay government debts and error-free returns that were filed on or before May the 17th. And finally, a robbery suspect who is wanted for questioning surrendered to Guam Police Department CID. K-Jack Steve is his name, 25 years old, sought for questioning by GPD detectives as part of an investigation of a robbery complaint that occurred on the 21st at the Lucky Land Game Room in Dededo. GPD spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau said Steve turned himself into police at the Agutnia precinct on Sunday after seeing a wanted flyer in the news. Following an interview with detectives, he was arrested and charged with in the Superior Court of Guam with 2 counts of second-degree robbery and theft of property. You want details on these and other stories? My suggestion, get a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. You want to know what happens almost in real time? Download Post Guam, the app that you can find at postguam.com on the World Wide Web. 8:39, and that's iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect. Ask them about all kinds of cool questions that you can get answered about, what is it we wanted to talk about? Mobile, internet, and even push-to-talk plans. We can get you good prices on those at iConnect.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge-watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your fix every day with the Points NFL Pick'em Contest. Get the latest updates as we check out the past week's performance and break down the upcoming action. Get your game on by calling the hotline at 888-TALK or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome weekly prizes with a shot for your choice of a new GTA phone. The NFL Pick'em Contest is brought to you by Current Guam with special thanks to GTA.
Let's go see what traffic is starting to look like at, 8:30, 8:40 in the morning on a Wednesday. Traffic probably lighter now than it will be a little bit later on. Suggestions is just enjoy if you're in it right now and brace yourself for what traffic is going to be like this afternoon once it gets to be Wednesday night market over at the place. Don't see too many things that are going to slow you down. Route 3, not too good up at the intersection of 3 and 28, but as you make your way into the downtown, Upper Tumon area, you're going to see less and less traffic. Maybe a little bit still going on at 8, 10, and 16 if you're headed northbound on that road. Otherwise, southbound traffic is just a light that will get you through there. Let me just scooch down. Don't see anything over at Navy Hospital. Don't see anything over at Guam High. And that deal over at Nimitz Hill is still slowing people down. You go from 2 lanes down to 1 lane rather rapidly, and I think that catches people by surprise unless you're looking for it. Get on the inside lane. That should take you all the way down to the cemetery. A little bit of traffic in both directions slowing down over at Polaris Point, and then traffic leading up to Big Navy in Sumai. That's going to slow you down as well. 841, and that's right now traffic here on The Point.
Knowing that we have choices in medical providers locally and outside of Guam is important and reassuring. This is the reason why Calvo Select Care provides quality health care options to its members. From a wide array of local, primary, and specialty doctors and clinics to a comprehensive hospital network on island and outside of Guam, you can trust Calvo Select Care to be there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today. Call 477-9808 for more information.
It's 842. This is The Point. Ray Gibson in studio, and it's so weird because you go from something that's like deadly serious, like Veterans Affairs and veterans hospitals and all of these kinds of things. And then we start talking about, hey, it's going to be Saturday. Let's go have fun. Let's go make a good time over at Ipao Beach Park, the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park. It is going to be Aki Matsuri, the Japan Autumn Festival. Although I don't remember the last time we actually did the festival in autumn. It seems to me we're always kind of at the edge of almost wintertime now, with Thanksgiving kind of around the corner.
Right.
Also kind of equate the Akimatsuri with almost the beginning of the holiday season here on Guam.
Okay.
You get that feeling?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah, because it's always close to the Thanksgiving. Yes,
Mhm.
yes. It's like starting, yeah.
But it's also because you guys, somebody is always bringing in, I think it's Tokyo Mart's always bringing in, that's the start of bringing in the mandarin oranges, the tangerines, the Japanese tangerines. That are so good.
Yeah. Also, pear. This time is pear.
We got pears coming in as well?
Also Fuji, I think, apple. Yeah, from Tokyo Mart.
Very, very nice. Okay, so among the things that are going to be on sale, but let me introduce everybody in the studio. The voice you just heard was Setoko Tenorio, who is the mother of the daughter that plays volleyball with my daughter.
Yes.
Yes, and they're all really, really good, and they've been together since they were just little girls. Isn't that weird? My daughter, just 15 years old yesterday.
Yeah, wow.
Today, last night was her party. It was the birthday party. And then we have Mr. Kotaro Kimura. Good morning. Good morning. Good to have you here in the studio. Leader of the Japan Club of Guam, and it's got a whole Japanese name, Sainenbu, as the center of the Japan Autumn Festival Committee. So you're boss?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Just because the girls are letting you be the boss, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that. And then the other voice is Izumi Sugaya, the
Hello.
assistant of Setoko.
Yes, yes.
You're her assistant?
Yes, I'm the baby one.
This is...
I'm the most innocent one here. Yes.
Test that theory later. This is not your first working on the Japan Autumn Festival, is it?
This is the first,
first
time
time
for me, yes.
Ah.
I've been living on Guam like 40 years, but this is the first time I'm in the committee.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see. Well, there's so many moving parts to all of this, and we'll start with the basics. The time and date. As I said, it's going to be Saturday at Joseph Flores Memorial Park. That's Ipao Beach Park,
Right.
starting at 2, going until
9 o'clock.
Okay. So
Yes.
and so once it starts, this is my experience. Is once it starts, and there's just a lot of activity going on.
Yeah, performance.
There's lots of entertainment,
Mhm.
like you cannot miss. We have lots of performers from Japan, like dancers.
Mhm.
Also the instrument players, like Japanese koto.
Right.
It's a Japanese harp, it's like harp. And also taiko, Japanese drum.
You have to have the Japanese
Yes,
drums.
yes.
This is one of those moments. If you just got yourself a new camera, maybe it's one of the Pixel 4s or the Apple 11 or the Samsung, you need to take it down there. This is the place to test the camera, and you've got all day to do it because there's so many things that you can either take a picture of or selfie against. There's so many the cultural what look like cultural icons from down there. I almost want to blaze through the schedule and start talking about some of the things that we can look forward to. But I got to ask this question. Last year,
Okay.
Year before, maybe, we had the dancers from Okinawa come in. Do we have any Okinawa delegation this time?
Not this time, right, Mr.
Yeah,
Kimura?
I don't.
Oh,
No,
it's
not
too
this
bad
time.
because they whistle. The Okinawans, they get some different instruments that they make with the habu snake.
Uh-huh.
And so they've got drums with that, and maybe sometimes they bring the habu sake with them. So if you've never been, okay. So I gotta have to define that. Habu sake is a delicacy in Okinawa, and they've got we've got brown tree snakes here. They have the habu snake there, and they're both mean critters. Between here and there, they're both means. But the ones in Okinawa have the fangs up in the front, and so they can actually put some hurt on you. Anyway, so I don't know whether it was on purpose or accidental. That's lost in time, I think. But somebody thought, you know what, we're going to make some sake here, Japanese rice, and we're going to put snakes in it. So you can go you can go various places in Okinawa, and there's usually a big jar of sake, and inside 1 or 2 or a dozen snakes. Have you ever had?
No.
No. Even Kimura said no. No, I have. Tastes like snake.
No, I don't think so.
But like I said, it's a strange delicacy. Okay, you know Jimmy's izakaya?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you know izakaya? Okay, Jimmy's got some.
Really?
Yeah, Jimmy has some.
I will try that.
I dare you. We go to Jimmy's izakaya and have some. Anyway, 8:47 in the morning. There's so much else going on that I want to point. Okay, so I'll only be a little bit disappointed that we're not going to have the delegation from Okinawa there, but we will have sake.
Yes, we have sake. Of course we do.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's a whole ceremony involved with the opening of the sake and then the distribution of the square wooden cups, which is always fun to collect as well. And that's just one of, as I say, about 100 things that are going to be going on.
Right.
Everybody's got kind of a favorite, and I want to say that my favorite is it seems like 5 or 6 times in the course of the evening, there is what is it? The thing, and the guys carry it around, and then they walk it around the mikoshi.
It's like mikoshi. It's like a portable shrine. It's like shepherd's shrine. Yeah, you carry on the top.
A bunch of guys are needed to carry it on because it weighs. Apparently, it weighs. It's very heavy.
Do you know how much it weighs? How much it weighs?
I don't know, but it usually takes 20 guys to carry it around. And then there's people that will come in and carry the load for a little bit, and then they'll go out or go to the other side. So it is in and of itself kind of a spectacle. And if you want to, you're more than welcome to go up there and help them carry the mikoshi around. So that's fun. And then there's another one where you get these girls that are walking around all the time. There's the dance, the bon dance that goes all the way around.
We have local dancers too for bonodori.
So it's very, very nice. There's going to be food there.
Yes.
Just so you know,
You
there's
cannot
so many.
miss that one.
No, but it's interesting over the years because it is morphed now because it used to be very, very Japanese, but now more of the hotels are into it and they use it as an opportunity to show off some of the other things that they have. But you can get the staple items at the Akimatsuri. Some of the meals that we're looking forward to eating.
Well, yakitori, of course.
Yes.
And my favorite is the barbecue squid.
Barbecue squid is nice.
Yes, and also
Usually
yakisoba.
And there's yakisoba in there, and what's the octopus?
Takoyaki. Even okonomiyaki.
Okonomiyaki is there as well. But those are the long lines.
I know.
At 2 o'clock.
That's why we say get there at 2 o'clock. Because it's going to be. Everybody's going to be going for the high end stuff. So get your hands on that first before the big lines and the big waves of people show up, and then you can spend the rest of the drive drinking acai and Sapporo beer.
Yeah, and sake and wine too.
And sake. But I don't know where to get the wine and the sake. But it seems to me that there is about every 20 feet or so somebody that will be selling acai beer and some of my other favorite Japanese drinks.
I'm not sure, but Asahi is sure, right?
Oh, I know there's going to be acai. There's always acai beer there. I'm not so sure about Kirin's or Sapporo.
You know the Orion beer from Okinawa?
Yes.
That's Okinawan.
Yes, but there will be?
Yes.
That's also a very, very... If you've never had it, it is also kind of a tasty drink that you're going to enjoy. So there's going to be performances. There's going to be the very traditional movements of the mikoshi and the dances that take place. And then there's other activities, especially for the kids.
Yes, we have lots of games too. Yes, like what do you call it? The
Goldfish.
gold catching fish.
Yeah. So my least favorite. I'm
least?
terrible. Oh my God, I'm terrible at it. So what she's describing is they give you a wand or a net, but it's made of paper.
Yes.
And so the paper and the fish are in the water, and you've never seen this before, have you? So the fish are little tiny goldfish are in the water, and the idea is that you catch the fish using this little wand, this little net that's made of paper, and the paper doesn't last long in the water. But it's amazing because I've seen generally women are better at this. Now you see them and they kind of corner the fish and then they just kind of start scooping them out, just like that. I've never personally ever caught one, but I've had people catch them for me and then take the goldfish home. Many of which will survive past the Christmas holidays, which is also kind of an important thing. So that's one of the games that you can try out. What are some of the others?
Like hand tossing slippers. Like there's a halls and you put the
very
tosses.
traditional.
Yes.
Around
What
here.
else do we have?
And basketball. And some
Pachinko.
Pachinko, yeah, pachinko.
So and lots of prizes. And now there's a lot of this stuff is prizes.
This time, Mr. Kimura brought lots of nice prizes for those
For the
games.
kids.
Oh,
For the
very
kids.
nice.
If you win, of course, if you do good, and then there's nice characters like Hello Kitty. And
Super
Pikachu.
Mario and
Pikachu,
Dragon
yeah.
Balls.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
So and you can buy them if you don't win. There are going to be other vendors that
There's
you'll be able to buy some
store,
toys.
but I don't
and-
know if they sell that though, because we divided.
Yeah.
Those prize and the toys are different.
but they're all generally down the same section of the pathways that you're going to be on. There's always a big stage, and somewhere in the middle of it, and me and my friends have traditionally used this is our meeting point. This is the rally point. We're on this side of the tower, or on the front of the tower, on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the tower, or behind the tower if you want to. I mean, bring a blanket, bring some chairs. It's a picnic.
Yeah, picnic.
Is what it turns out to be. And so you go and you go. First thing you got to do, for those of you that have never done Akimatsuri before, this is the Ray Gibson method. The first thing that you do is you go in and find your coupons. You got to find the coupons.
Sorry. Okay.
No, you got
Coupons first. Okay, sorry.
Go to take $100 bill and they will exchange that for 10 books of 10.
Yes.
And each one of these coupons will spend just like $1. And then at the end of this, you've got you can go buy your drinks and you can go and buy. I said $100. That ain't gonna last you because the food is so good and the drinks are so good and the games to play and all of that stuff. I've always ended up going back for more coupons. So take the coupons with you. Get down there and then once you've got the coupons, then you find out either where your friends are or you establish the camp for your friends. The recommendation here is that you look for the people from United Airlines and just branch out from there because they go down there. It's an army, and I've had the pleasure of hanging out with them because I don't want them to still have sake when the night's over. I don't want them to have to carry that home.
No.
So I go down there with them and help out, and usually it's in such a central point. That if you want games, the games are over there. If you want food, the food is over there. If you want more coupons, and there's all the walking around that's going to take place. I want to make sure that we spend some time thanking your sponsors because I know that you've got so many of them. But before we do that, how will people get there? As you know, there's not a lot of parking at Ipao Beach Park, and then it seems to me less and less parking up and down the roadways. So what's the recommendation? How do you think people ought to get there?
Actually, you can park at across the Oka Palace. There's a parking lot there, and there's also a shuttle bus from there. From 1:30 every 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
In the past, they've run shuttles all the way up to Kmart as well. Is it just going to be Payless, or are you thinking about maybe opening up some of the other venues for parking?
I don't think so, right? This time is only for across Oka Palace.
Okay, so across Oka Payless, and like I said, that's not too far away from where Mike lives. So I think Mike is going to just walk out of the house, and he can literally walk out the house. It's 20 feet. It's 20 feet, and then he'll get on the bus and then ride that back down. Whose buses are you running?
Turtle
Tours.
Turtle Tours. Okay.
And
All right.
Lam Tours.
Oh, so everybody's in it.
Yeah, Sanko. So
very good.
all the
Everybody's
bus-
helping us.
Because it's the Japan Autumn Festival, and nobody says no when they start asking. When you started asking about sponsors, companies that could help you out with some of the things, who was it that you talked to? Who was your big sponsors?
We have monetary sponsors, which are
Bank of Guam and Bank of Hawaii, the GBB, and also Take Care.
Yeah, those are
the insurance company.
Oh, okay. And then obviously you've got some of the other allied companies.
Yes, yes.
The hotels are big supporters of this as well. And I hope the hotels are going to be bringing not just their kitchen staff, but hopefully they'll bring some of their customers down as well.
Yes,
maybe
they
they
do.
bring their guests
Yes.
to party with us as well.
Yes.
Anybody else that we've got to say thank you to? I know you guys have got lists here and everything.
Well,
they've got a script, but I never use it.
No, but I want to say, one more mention for the,
the big
we have
event, yes.
the tuna
We
cutting
have a
show.
tuna cutting show too.
Ooh.
That's one of the main event.
Absolutely. In fact, I was watching a video of this on television just the other day. Not on television. Nobody watches TV anymore. Everything is on the phone. So
Right,
I'm
that's
on
correct.
Facebook, and it was a long piece. Somebody had taken a big tuna, like the kind that you get at the place in Japan, the fish market, and they started cutting it, and it's amazing how much meat you can get off of the tuna. But they maximize, every cut is made to maximize the yield on this fish, because it is about the most expensive eating fish that you're going to get. So there will be one of those that takes place this weekend over at the Akimatsuri. You'll be able to see a demonstration of somebody
Chef
doing that.
from which restaurant was
That
it?
Kiyaki, right?
Kiyaki,
Mr.
yes,
Nakamura.
Mr. Nakamura will do that.
Okay,
Yes.
and so is it that in and of itself is a spectacle, and then they're going to take all of the fish meat, and then we're going to make sashimi with it, right?
Right, with wasabi. With wasabi.
Then with wasabi. I like the idea. Are you looking at me? Let me know how much time I got left in the segment. I appreciate that. Now you are wearing, and I don't know if you can see exactly what Satoko is wearing.
happy.
It's a happy coat.
Yes.
Happy.
That's nice. It's not HAPPY. Although
no.
you will be happy when you're wearing it. And I've never seen those for sale before. Have they always been a part of the fundraising for Akimatsuri?
Yes, but this year it's limited, so we just sell in advance only at the Japan Club.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get it there.
Okay, well, how do we get it there? Because I want to. If we're talking about Saturday night, it's Wednesday now, so I want to make sure that I'm ready for it.
So you can purchase tomorrow or day after tomorrow.
Okay, so
from
tomorrow
10 to 5
Thursday
p.m.
and Friday.
Also, you can buy ticket there, advance tickets, because you don't want to go online, long line. So if you want to buy it in advance, the tickets, yeah, you can go to Japan Club. 10 to 5 p.m. tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Also, Tokyo Mart, those people who's working daytime, they sell until 8 o'clock.
Oh, I see. So
Yes.
they'll have some as well.
Yes.
Happy Coats, $25 for kids, adults, medium, and large, $35, and for largers and double larges, it's going to end up to be $40. Again, Akimatsuri going to be taking place Saturday from 2 until 9 o'clock.
That's true.
And if it's 8:45 and you're going, oh, it's already over. No, it's not. People will leave. Some of the hardcore might leave, but trust me, there will be a whole contingent of people that have walked in with coolers and chairs, and they're, I think, just going to stick around and enjoy the full moon. Are there fireworks at the end this year?
Should be, yes. Should be, yes. Yes, should be.
As there are. It is tradition. I've been attending Akimatsuri, and I've got pictures of me holding my nephew RD over my shoulders. We've been doing this that long. How many autumn festivals is this now?
40. 40.
There you go. There you go. Honor the tradition, and honor to the Japanese Club of Guam. Thanks very much for coming by the radio station.
Thank you, too.
Now, you come by again, and we'll talk again, and I will see everybody on Saturday somewhere
Thank you very much.
at the EPAL Beach Park, Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park. It's just after 9. This is The Point.
Begin tomorrow. Fox's Sharon Halper live on Capitol Hill.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Democrat Adam Schiff will lead the impeachment inquiry hearing. In a memo to colleagues, he's warned Republicans the inquiry will not further sham investigations into the Bidens or debunked conspiracies about 2016 election interference. A Republican staff memo lays out the minority's arguments, pointing to that transcript of the July 25th phone call between President Trump and Ukraine's president. Republicans say that that shows no conditionality or evidence of pressure for U.S. military assistance. Lisa.
Jared, the defense in the case against a former close ally of President Trump who's accused of witness tampering and lying to Congress rests its case. Fox's Colonel Scott has this live.
Lisa, now that the testimony has ended, the first of the closing arguments is set for Wednesday afternoon. Prosecutors wrapped up earlier today with former Trump campaign deputy chairman Rick Gates telling the jury that Roger Stone turned to him for Jared Kushner's contact information. Gates said Stone wanted to debrief Kushner on hacked DNC emails. After the prosecution rested, Stone's defense played a tape of his congressional testimony but did not call him to the stand. Stone has pleaded not guilty to witness tampering and lying to Congress. He could face decades in prison, Lisa.
Gernal, a federal court in Boston ruling that warrantless U.S. government searches of the phones and laptops of international travelers at airports and other U.S. ports of entry violate the Fourth Amendment. The suit filed on behalf of 11 travelers whose smartphones and laptops were searched. The government had said the searches weren't necessary as a tool to protect America. Wall Street, the Dow was unchanged and the NASDAQ rose 21. America's listening to Fox News.
Rain. It's nature's way of cleansing the earth. Yet by the time that rainwater makes its way to your home, it may not be exactly the same as nature created it. A Connecticut water treatment system can improve the quality of the water you and your family drink and use throughout your home, so you can be sure your water is clear, clean, and fresh, just as nature intended it to be. Connecticut, for refreshing ideas on water.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
Did you know that home loan rates have plunged again? Would you like to take advantage of these lower rates to help lower your monthly payments? Refinancing doesn't have to be for another 30 years. It can be for 10, 15, or 20 years. It's up to you. Reduce your monthly payments. Pay off your loan earlier. At Bank Pacific, where we're open to closing your loan in a hurry.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply.
Former President Jimmy Carter recovering in the hospital after undergoing a procedure today to relieve swelling on his brain.
His spokeswoman issued a statement saying there are no complications from the surgery. President Carter will remain in the hospital as long as advisable for observation. Despite several falls this year, 2 in October, President Carter continued his ambitious schedule of volunteer work, helping to build a house with Habitat for Humanity in Tennessee and teaching Sunday school at Maranatha Baptist Church in his hometown of Plains, Georgia. But injuries from some of those falls are likely what caused the buildup of blood in his head, which was pushing against his brain, requiring surgery.
Fox's Jonathan Seri, a double lung transplant recipient who severely damaged his lungs from vaping, according to health officials, has been identified as a Michigan teenager. Doctors at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit say the procedure saved the 17-year-old's life. The double transplant is believed to be the first performed on a patient due to vaping. Facebook continues to branch out now in the payment business.
The social media giant is launching Facebook Pay that will help consolidate payment tools across its platforms, including WhatsApp and Instagram. Facebook Pay will support most debit and credit cards as well as PayPal. The service will let users send money to friends, shop from Facebook Marketplace, or donate to fundraisers. Facebook Pay will begin rolling out on Facebook and Messenger this week in the U.S. Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
The Screen Actors Guild has announced Robert De Niro will receive this year's Achievement Award. The union citing De Niro's extraordinary accomplishments in film and television, including 2 Academy Awards, a Presidential Medal of Freedom, and numerous other awards. And De Niro's latest film, The Irishman, is in theaters in limited release. It's set to arrive on Netflix later this month. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Portions of the program being brought to you by American President Lines, APL, that's global presence, and a local home. There's Nanbo Insurance, and the cool thing about Nanbo is these days they're really, really big on you helping the environment. So if you bought yourself one of those, like a hybrid car or something like that, they know that you have to plug it into electricity, and they want to help you with your power bill. Call them and find out if you qualify. 477-9754. Could be up to $350 that they put in your pocket. That's at Nanbo Insurance. Portions also brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. A little bit late for breakfast, but if you're starting to get hungry, swing by and ask them about a Dave's Single Spicy Chicken Sandwich or 10-piece nugget. You can get those. It's like you pick of the three, pick two, and it's only $5. So you get a great meal deal happening right now over at Wendy's.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's just after, 9 o'clock in the morning? Crazy busy day here. I don't know. All of a sudden turned out to be Wednesday. I didn't realize that until I looked at my calendar this morning that I basically told everybody that we're doing interviews on Wednesday. Just pick a time and then we'll go ahead and get it done. Now, earlier in the week, I got a note from Mike. He said, Gita wants to be on the program. And the answer with Gita generally is always yes, because I like the director. Melanie is in the studio with me. How you doing, Mel?
Have a day. Buenas. Thank you for having us.
Well, it's good to have you. And I'm sitting around going, but I have no idea what it is that we're going to be talking about. So I will get my education on this at the same time as everybody else is going to be getting their education on what's going on. If you're watching on Facebook Live, Mel would be the girl. There's a couple of guys in the studio. What's your name again?
Ricky Hernandez.
Hi, Ricky Hernandez. Nice to see you. I know a couple of people named Ricky Hernandez. Which one are you related to? Did I know?
Probably none that you know.
None that, okay, gotcha. And what's your name?
Austin Grant.
Austin Grant. Now, Austin is being groomed for greater and better things over at Gita.
Well, Austin handles much of our board communications as well as communications to the public.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So like a public information officer?
Like a public information, a junior PIO, if you will.
So you just haven't gotten a raise yet? Okay, we'll work on that.
Works
it depends
for
on
cheap.
Yeah, he's cheap. We don't have to pay him as much unless we give him the title.
Well, Austin's a young cat. He's 21 years old-ish.
Oh, that's
right?
cool.
Right, Austin, are you 21?
Yes. But there's good to get some new thinking in there.
Absolutely.
You know, and I think that was one of the ideas behind getting you in there because you're an entrepreneur from a different angle on the way generally things are done on Guam.
Sure.
So I'm really happy for your acquaintance. We've talked about all kinds of stuff, Mel and I. I remember we were having drinks, coffee or something like that over at where were we? At Infusion. And that was about the same time. And I'm a nut for this. It was about the same time that there was a lot of food truck activity taking place on the foundation of the old administration building.
That's the one.
And they got to be such. Rhymes with riach over at the legislature. They would not, for whatever reason, and it was a perfect made facility. If we're not going to use it for the administration building, the foundation was perfect for all of these food trucks.
Right.
And people were going there at lunch, and there was a bunch of choices that you could have and all of that. And then somebody got
short-lived.
Yeah, annoying. Right. And then but that was a different administration. That was not just a different gubernatorial administration, but a different legislative administration. Different guys now. In fact, they're girls now. So have you gone back to them and say, we want our foundation back?
Well, the land still belongs the land still belongs to the legislature. Right. And the food trucks in the meantime, because they had to business goes on.
Yeah.
And so I believe Teresa John was kind enough to extend some land in downtown Hagåtña to them free of charge for them to use. And they seem to be, they seem pretty...
Is that like the food truck night thing?
Yes.
Okay, Thursday nights?
And so they seem pretty happy there. And they said that that's
okay. But so if they wanted to, though, could they go and... Because there's a hot dog lady there at the corner not using the foundation.
That's correct. You can use the bull cart trail because remember, Farm to Table still sets up every Tuesday there, so you can use the bull cart trail, but it's just right on the pad, the platform. That's where it involves setting up a short-term lease. The other recommendation we made to
topping.
The last time I met with the food truck group. almost wanted to call it the food truck frenzy. I think that was the original name of this chat.
Joe Garrido and all of his friends.
So I met with Joey, and one of the things I suggested was, I said, Joey, maybe one of the thoughts is to form a bit of an alliance or a food truck co-op. I said, in that way, when you go out and do things like you can do things like apply for a community contribution grant for things that have mutual benefit for all of you. You know, Christmas lights to decorate the space, or common, seating. Tables and chairs and things along those lines. And
really?
I think that's kind of the next step for them.
So let's back up, and that was a nice segue into what we are talking about here. Sure. And I first, I looked at this and said, qualifying certificate, what? But it's qualifying certificate community contribution grant program. So what's the wire diagram going to be from, say, some of the big businesses, hotels, insurance companies, whatever, that have got qualifying certificates, and how does that funnel into the CC program?
So various organizations, when they applied for a qualifying certificate, so that when they applied for a tax incentive program, or to be eligible for tax incentive programs, one of the items that could have been potentially negotiated, dependent on the size of the investment, is an annual community contribution, a one-time, an annual. Some of them are 2 years, some of them go out 20 years. Things along
there are
those
times
lines.
where you'll see big shots handing off big checks to these community groups, charities, things like that, and you're going, oh, that's so nice. They're so generous. No, they're living up to the agreement that they have in the qualifying certificates.
That's correct.
Yep.
And so one of the examples,
and they're generous.
Absolutely, both. And one of the things, in fact, I believe. At the University of Guam School of Nursing, they were the beneficiary of the Take Care qualifying certificate community contribution for a number of years.
Big check, I recall.
Right, and so you have a number of different. So in the past, the way that individuals or the way that individual organizations applied was they sort of made they approached an organization, the organization approached them, they approached the board, and it was this every month. We would go to our board with a number of different requests. We'd say. Group A is requesting this, Group B is requesting this, Group C is requesting this. And while we recognize that there are a number of things that just come up out of nowhere, there's a number of opportunities. For the most part, we think that it's more efficient. We think that it's also more... we also think that it's more equitable to have one big campaign to tell people about our community contribution grant program and to encourage applications. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
And so it's hot off the presses.
And if you get an idea, because sometimes she talks too fast and you're going, what? So basically, there's money from all of these qualifying certificate companies, and we want to make it so that we've got a working Rolodex of different organizations who might be beneficiaries for these dollars, and different groups that either are put together, might be put together to become beneficiaries of this, and then then you just kind of apply, and based on the application, I suppose, and the needs that you reflect, somebody over at GITA is going to look at that and say, you know what, we'll match you up with one of these companies.
So why don't we have Ricky or Austin talk about the process?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ray, for the opportunity here to present this. At the direction of our GITA board of directors, the Governor Lulian Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Josh Scenario, they wanted us to kind of ensure that these community contributions are kind of doled out and awarded in a more objective process. And so that's the creation of this QC community contribution, we call them the QCCC the grant program. And so the requirements of this grant program is that you have to be a not-for-profit organization or a government of Guam agency. Those are the two eligibility requirements, obviously. And so if you're a for-profit venture or if you're a for-profit portion of a not-profit NPO, then you're not eligible. Or if you're an individual, you wouldn't be eligible. The requirements for this is that you have to have a program or a project that supports either healthcare, public safety, higher education, cultural preservation, tourist attraction, sports tourism, or some economic development initiative.
And so basically, get the applications. I'm going to assume that these are online already.
Yes.
All right. So as you're listening to this broadcast, this sounds like something that you want to apply for, and I encourage everybody to apply, even though you don't know that you fall into the same criteria that he was talking about. Don't disqualify yourself. Let somebody at GITA disqualify you. Take 5 minutes to fill out the application, get it in, explain what your needs are, explain where you think that you match along with with the rest of the program. And who knows, if you're creative in your writing, you might be able to say, yeah, you know, with what I'm doing, I would say that I contribute to the hospitality industry or tourism growth in general,
or economic development,
health. What's my business? So, me and my friends, we like to get together and make kale smoothies. Healthy, right? It's healthy.
Cultural preservation.
Gonna vomit. Don't say that. At 9:16 in the morning, there's still plenty more to go. But you're gonna have to hurry. So go to the GITA website.
Yeah, the GITA website is investguam.com.
That's it.
There should be a link to the landing page for the QC program. There's available. This is the first grant cycle of the fiscal year, so we're intending to have a second one. There's about $300,000 available for this specific grant cycle. The maximum amount per grantee would be $50,000.
We're going to try to spread this out to as many organizations as possible,
I was going to say, 50 grand, that solves a lot of problems for some of these small guys.
Right. So we're encouraging smaller. The smaller your ask, generally the higher the likelihood of being funded, in my opinion.
It's like micro loans, I want to say, for some of these guys. But I mean, that's 50. It's still up to $50,000 is significant dollars. 9:16, 9:17 in the morning. So there's more of that kind of thing. Keep going, because I'll just bullet point off your bullet points.
Yeah, sure. And we encourage everyone to go online, because we prefer that everyone submit their applications via the website. And you can get everything on the website, from the application, the program information, application criteria. We did mention that it's an objective process, and there's 6 criteria that these applicants will be judged upon with our grant evaluation committee. And so that's what we mean by there's an objective process for this.
Who's on the committee?
The committee includes at least one board member, Mel, myself as the deputy. We'll also have one manager, and then one person from the community at least. So we haven't created that. We haven't selected those individuals just yet, but we are in the process of doing that.
I'm on the landing page now. Where might I find this opportunity?
It should be on the first slide, which says Community Contribution Grant Program.
Okay, wait, I gotta click this, because the slides are cycling. They're going fast. This is like the OPA's website. It was there just a second ago. Oh my God! Okay, click on that, and that will take. I'll take this link and put it directly on the Facebook site. It's investguam.com/QC-grants, and you can put a / at the end of that if you want to. If you're interested, go to Facebook Live, and you should be able to get the link, because I'm posting it in the thing. I just Control-V'd, so there it is. So click on that, and you can learn a little bit more about the program. And we'll read along with a few more things. There's a number of it looks like this is going to be kind of an interesting, though fast-moving process. As you said, this is the first one that we're going to be doing for this fiscal year.
That's correct. We're aiming for 2 rounds of funding.
Okay, and the next one is going to be
probably May.
Do I have to apply
6 months
twice?
No.
No.
Well, okay. So let's say you apply and you don't get it. Then it would be a good idea to get some feedback from us about why you didn't get it, and then we highly encourage reapplications.
Okay, because I was going to say there could be some other fun things that you can do. Can I just take out, buy you drinks, and then get it that way? So on the application. On the application, it says here, the date of application, legal names, year founded. You need some of the vital information, tax IDs, who's your president, executive director. You got to come up with a mission statement to get money from the grant program. That's what my mission statement is. Can it be something as simple as that?
We tried to keep it simple, though. We did try to keep it just a few pages. We're not talking about some of these federal grants.
But they're important questions that you're asking. Program goals, expected outcomes of your project, where the project is going to be. Can some of these projects be online projects? Have you envisioned people being able to do things more in a digital realm?
I think innovation is something we're our board is very, very interested in. In fact, we're going after, GITA is going after a number of economic development U.S. EDA grants that have to do with growing our technology ecosystem right here in Guam. So a nonprofit that is geared towards any kind of online activity would certainly be something that we consider, I think, and encourage.
I'm trying to.
Do you have one in mind? Or?
Well, I know there's 2 of them in mind, actually, because you were talking about maybe getting a consortium, an association of food trucks, and then developing a nonprofit based on that, so that the food trucks themselves, through this association, would be able to augment what they're doing. I mean, they're still going to be selling food, they're still going to be doing this, that, and the other. However, when it comes time to having a deal over a Thursday night over at Skinner Plaza or someplace at EPAL Park or someplace else, the foundation of the administration building, they have all of this hardware that follows them, that is of benefit, obviously, not just to them, but to their customers as well.
That's right.
Porta potties, something to wash your hands in, those kinds of things, and tables and chairs. Also,
maybe we can. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but maybe we could talk about. I was going to say, do you want us to share some of the projects in the past that GITA has funded?
Yeah, you can if you want to. Otherwise, I was going to just riff on something else. You and I are familiar with some people that are in the microgreen business that are doing stuff. So
Guahan Sustainable, in fact, is a beneficiary of the qualifying certificate grant. I mean, the former iteration of the qualifying certificate grant, which was they would just come to the board and ask them for money. So specific to the governor, Governor Leon Guerrero really wants to get produce back into our schools. So once upon a time, our farmers supplied our schools with produce, and that over time has kind of diminished. And
because we're buying the food from somebody else.
That's right. And
so now we want them to buy it from us, the farmers.
Right. Okay. We want DOE to buy food from our local farmers. And so in order to strengthen organizations in that way, we sat down with the farmers co-op, with my old gangs at Farm to Table, with Guahan Sustainable, and we said, what's it going to take to get produce into our schools? And so the different groups. So the Farmers Co-op said, well, we'd like to shore up our store, because the store is what helps us get the produce in, store the produce, and sell it in the event the schools don't want it. And so we're looking at their request is to shore up their store. Guahan Sustainable is to multiply their efforts so that they can do more demonstrations for the public. With Farm to Table, it was help with logistics as far as transportation of all the farmers' produce to DOE. And so that was like I said, kind of the last iteration. We've also given money in the past to the Junior Achievement. We've given money in the past to the Center for Island Sustainability. Very much so things that are in line with the governor's goals on her sustainable development goals having to do with food security, her desire to improve agriculture, her desire to diversify the community. And so those are sort of those are the things that we really, those are the types of projects I think we'd like to see.
All right, and along with some of the other criteria that we've already established in the previous write-up about it does not have to be all about sustainability. If you've got some other ideas and different ways that your group is helping out the community, there could be some access to some funds, and some fairly large funds at that. How long is this program going to be going? I mean, the qualifying certificate program has been going on about forever here on Guam, and all these businesses that have come and taken advantage of it. And this is one of those ways that people listen, and as far as they're concerned, all the community gets out of this is the industry and some employment, and they don't have to pay their taxes for a million years or something like that. However, it doesn't necessarily work that way. There is always another angle of contributions back to the community, this being among them.
This being one of them, for sure. So, I mean, I guess when you say how long is this program going to go for,
permanent?
Our board adopted this as the way to handle community contributions coming through from qualifying certificates. So as long as we have qualifying certificates that are authorizing community, or that are community contributions is a caveat of the certificate, then this program should be in play. So we can't say that that it'll always be 300,000. It's it just depends on the number of it depends on the companies developing on our island. It depends on the size of the investments. It depends on the terms of the qualifying certificate, and so this is something we hope to be in place for many years to come.
Start filling out forms, guys. The website is listed already, and you can see what's going on here. There's an FAQ along with that, and I don't want to spend too much time on the FAQ because it's available for download on the site. So if you've got some questions that are specific to what might be happening to your application, how do I check on the application? How do I know whether it's in place? What do I have to do? And if I get it, what are my obligations here? When do I have to get things like that done? I had the most brilliant idea. I wrote it out, and it was fancy and everything, and I had a logo. And then at some point, somebody's going to say, "Okay, you got it." How soon after you tell me I get my wish list up to $50,000? How fast do I have to get to work to implement it?
Well, we are encouraging everyone to visit the website. There is the frequently asked questions online, so they can take a look at that.
Yeah, but I'm asking you. You have to memorize it. Go.
And so after you've submitted your application, we hope you do it electronically.
Yeah.
We'll confirm that we've received your packet. It'll then go to our administrator for review and then to the evaluation committee. From there, the board will approve, which then you'll be notified if the board does approve your contribution.
And so once I get the approval, then when do
It should take about 3 weeks after getting your document submitted and reviewed. It should be
And then
12
depending on
months.
what you're asking for,
Yeah.
okay?
So when do I pick up the check is what I'm asking.
So you will take a photograph with a giant check, but the actual physical check will largely depend on what you are using the money for, okay? So if you're utilizing the money to buy equipment, then generally in the past, we have cut checks directly to vendors.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not like I can make my own and say, look what I did.
Yeah, check to Ray Gibson. No.
No, I'm just
Gout Awareness Foundation.
I'm just saying. It goes to the Ray Gibson Superfund, which would support a variety of organizations here on Guam that are already involved in the hospitality industry, the entertainment industry, and that kind of thing. But I'm just asking because I'm
Food
sure.
and beverage industry,
No, it's just
mostly beverage.
I'm looking at some of the names of people that are watching the show right now, watching us on Facebook Live, going, "Oh, this guy is already putting together a scam in his head." I just know him. You know him too, so I won't mention Jim's name. At any rate,
And Ray, to answer your question directly, once they get awarded, you have 12 months to spend it. You have to have a plan that is within 12 months of spending the grants.
So you guys are big on compliance over at GITA, and so I'm wondering, do I have to adopt one of you to make sure that I spend the money the right way?
No, but you should probably make Austin your best friend.
Oh, I see. Well, Austin, you can come by the radio station anytime you want to and talk to me about certain other GITA activities. This is interesting, and as I said, the information is on the website. There might be the easy way to get to it is just let the graphics in the front scroll until you get to it, and then you'll be able to see what it is that we're talking about. Press on the link, and there's your application. There's all the FAQs, and there's the highlights of what you need to know about this program going through. I'm assuming there's no cost for the application.
Correct. There's no cost for the And
you know,
we're asking the public, of course, this is a pilot program. This is our first year. There certainly could be changes for the next round of funding, really depending on how this round of funding goes. And so we believe that this will be a successful program that we can continue in the future. But then we might make some minor changes after this. This is
you
our
might
pilot.
add more money to it.
Well, that's the biggest hope.
How much money is in the pot right now?
Right now, we're looking at $300,000.
For everything, for all in. Okay.
That's correct.
But that's not all of the money that is coming from all the different qualifying certificate departments or qualifying certificate businesses that are going in that pot, right?
That's correct. So what we're doing is it's kind of a lagging. It's a lagging. I guess maybe the best way is to give you an example.
For the administration of GITA with those funds as well.
So what we've done with the budget is that GITA is endeavoring. We're striving towards bringing down the amount that goes to GITA operations and enhancing the amount that we push out directly to the community. And so what we've done is we studied over the years how much GITA, so the community contributions that comes in, how much of it goes to GITA, fund GITA operations in areas of economic development versus how much of it is pushed out to the community. And there were some years that it was like 80% or some years that it was 70% going to GITA economic development. And so we're kind of ratcheting down to about we're looking at 30 to 35% staying at GITA for economic development activities, and the remainder being in the community
contributions programs. Okay, like that. Now, the last time you and I were on the phone, you were actually out of town, and the question that I was asking you is, what are you studying while you're out of town? And you were at a conference where the federal government was talking to municipalities about how to deal with excess federal land returns.
That's right. Well, for the most part, in the mainland, they're dealing with BRAC closures.
Yeah.
So they're dealing with the closures of bases and how to stimulate economic development. Here in Guam,
not so much.
We're dealing with
build-up.
Yeah, right. We're dealing with buildup, but of course, there's the governor has requested a number of parcels to be given back to the people of Guam for various efforts. Yeah. And so the conference was by and large a planning conference. So how you can work with EPA, so how EPA the rev tax sort of function and economic development can work together to build communities.
Well, how do we? Because there's at least one piece of returned property. This this goes back maybe even to the Camacho administration. They gave the land back, and it was a space where there was an old dry cleaners, old military dry cleaner.
It was dirty land.
Dirty land, and there's nothing we can do with it. But now the EPA is coming after us, saying, "Well, it's your property now. You got to clean it up." So we didn't. We had to deal with the remediation of the site.
That's right. And so Walter, the director over at EPA,
give it back.
Walter Leon Guerrero had a lot to discuss about. You know, he said, "This is how we did it before. These are the things we need to be cognizant of as we go down this road again."
Right. I mean, didn't they at some point give us the ORDOT dump?
The ORDOT dump was exactly
one of those plans. So you go, okay, thanks very much for the green fields. Now I don't know what to do with them.
I think EPA has also made a lot more brownfields money available when it comes to if you're trying to do brownfields specific to economic development. So yeah, you know, one of the things I learned that you would enjoy was that these communities were like, yeah, after this base closed, we did this, we did this, we did this, and then we built a microbrew, and that's how you know.
That's how you get the real money.
That's how you know you've arrived when you get yourself a microbrewery. And
well, we got one at 9:31 in the morning, and the guys from over at the Tap House in the Guam Brewing Company have an application before GITA for a qualifying certificate.
Right.
Has that been approved yet?
No, not yet. It has to go through. It's they had their hearing at GITA, and then now it's going through. It's a
public hearing process.
Next?
Public hearing had gone over. I want to say that was weeks and weeks and weeks ago, and because we'd seen the application
about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So still in process.
Yes, it is.
And whose desk is on now?
It will
eventually got to go to the board for approval.
It'll go to our board. That's correct.
Okay.
It'll go to our board for approval.
Well, based on the quality of the beer that I've been drinking, I would suggest if I was on the board to go ahead and approve that, because I know that they're already doing things in the economy. They're already hiring people. They've already got an idea of marketing and different ways that they can use the qualifying certificate to help things out. And when I say help things out, I mean help me out. 9:32 in the morning. Hey, thanks for coming by and telling me about this.
Thank you.
I'm going to spread this around. I know I'm thinking about some people right now that might be able to avail themselves of this particular service. For more information, go to GITA, investguam.com on the World Wide Web, and just wait for the thing to scroll by you, and then you can go and look for all kinds of other things to play around with.
That's correct.
I'll see you pretty soon, because it's 9:32. That means I got to break away. iConnect time at 9:32. Run by the nearest iConnect and learn what they need to tell you about, saving money. They can do that. If you've got a phone, mobile, and internet plans, 888-8888, and talk to them about saving you some bucks between now and 2020.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmo. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hafa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mezcla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Now, I know you don't like micromanagers. Okay, fair enough. Let's flip the script. What if you've got a manager who doesn't manage much at all? Then what? I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, we'll talk about what to do when nobody is in charge.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Yeah, just got to picture of the legislature, and it says it's 9:14. Session should have started. Where are the senators? It's 9:35 in the morning, and I don't have an update. And I don't think I've had anything chime in front of me that says anything about the legislature going into session. Well, I've got a couple of minutes between now and the next set of guests. I do want to get this up on the screen, though, and people will say, I mean, Raymond, you just like that Jimmy Moylan guy. He's like your friend or whatever. You're always talking about him. And yeah, the answer is yeah, he's my friend. We've known each other for a long time. We say eye to eye on generally everything when it comes to issues in our communities. And among the issues that we've got to deal with are rampant crime and dirty neighborhoods, and we've got stray dogs, and there's dengue fever and all of that. So public health, public safety are very, very important to us. And so Jim has got another senatorial forum, a community forum on public safety. He said he was going to Petey, and that's where he's headed. The next one is going to be Thursday, the 14th, 6:30. Hey, that's tomorrow at the Petey Social Hall. So spread the word, tell the others, and make sure that you can get down there and hear what they've got to say. I know that the one in Jigo was, I don't want to say it was eye-opening, but, they were talking about, here's our problems. We don't have enough police. Duh, yeah. So I'm hoping that there is a more substantial conversation about some of the things that need to be done in the community, up to and including more community policing by people like the mayors, who are peace officers by law, and maybe these mayors with their peace officer credentials can go out there and I don't know, cite people for having crappy looking houses that they need to take a little bit better care of, and stray dogs and that kind of thing. 888-825-5888 TALK is my telephone number, and let me see if I can get a couple of things on the screen. There it is. All right, I've got just a couple more guests in the studio. One of them is Janae Pitbull-Uggan. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's always nice to see you. It was nice to see you last week at the get-together, the wine taster over at the...
UOG.
It was the class.
Yes.
Was it? What does the class stand for?
The class stands for College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences.
You'd think I'd know that already. You'd think that would be something that should be able to just pop right out of my head. But anyway, so it was nice. The class people were there, and I had a chance to spend a lot of the evening with a delightful and energetic young lady named Amy.
Oh,
and she was the potter.
Ceramics.
Ceramics, yeah. And we started talking about all kinds of stuff. We got some mutual interest in some mutual hiking friends, and so we got to talking about that, and then that led into conversations about great books that we've read, and just the whole creative process. And she, at the time, didn't tell me that she was, doing pottery, and she said, "Oh, you want to see what we do?" And I said, "Okay, there'll be a tour of it later on." So we went down there. I had no idea.
Yes.
I had no idea that I should have known. But it's not one of those things I paid any attention to when I was in college, because we were just, we just meet at the student center, figure out what beach are we going to today. Anyway, so they have a kiln. They've got a couple of kilns there.
Yes, they do, and we have a lot of really cool stuff over at class. We also have a recording studio, a green screen. We have the ESA Psychological Services.
Mm-hmm.
We just have a lot of really cool stuff over at UOG.
Dude, why don't you take some of those, because they've got all this pottery in there, and I'm looking at it going, take my money.
Yeah, I believe they're going to be having some sort of workshop over at the Isla Center of the Arts for ceramics. I don't have the information.
I don't want to make my own. I want to buy some of the ones that somebody else has already done.
Well, I'll let them know that you're interested in buying. But that's exactly why we're here, because of all the cool stuff going on at UOG, and we want to be able to continue funding really cool programs, scholarships, and helping the different colleges. And so that's why we're here, because it is officially giving season.
Hey.
So the G is for Giving campaign has started. Oh, we have a really
It started again.
Yes, again. And we have a really cool shirt for you. That's for you.
I tell everybody when they give me this shirt, that's the G is for Gibson.
Ask a G.
Ask a G, yes.
Ask a G,
It's old school. It's a capital G, because I'm the old one here now.
That's why we got the G bigger, just for Gibson.
Just for me, right?
Just for Gibson.
So
yes.
the G is for Giving, programmatic, it says programmatic support. That sounds like some kind of highfalutin language here for how you can help out. But let's start with a little bit of the G is for Giving.
Yes.
Some of the background. They've been doing this for a couple of years now.
Yes.
And it is back. If you were somebody in this community, among the needs that the University of Guam Endowment Foundation has is a continuous need for cash.
Correct. Well, everybody needs cash. And unfortunately, that's exactly what our university needs to be able to continue funding scholarships to help our different colleges one in particular is the School of Engineering.
Yeah.
That's we're hoping to get that up and running, and we do need the help of the community and community partners to get that on track. And that's exciting because the School of Engineering is the first of its kind in this region.
Right.
So it's not only going to be beneficial to our island, but to people around us in the Pacific. So, if any businesses out there want to contribute.
Like, I don't know, engineering firms?
Any engineering firms? I don't know. There's a lot.
Construction companies?
Construction companies, companies on base who have contracts. Give us a call at the Endowment Foundation. We are... your donation is tax deductible, and it will go towards the School of Engineering. So the G's for Giving campaign, let me backtrack a little bit, is basically to help the different colleges set up a UOG.
Yeah.
And we go around with this really cool green envelopes and our donation cards. And, I don't think I get... This is for you.
Oh, you're great,
Yeah.
because everybody knows
There you
we got
go.
money.
There you go. And I know you're going to pick class there because of your fun time at the
radio
mixer.
broadcasters. Well, I mean, it's the arts, and technically broadcast is among the arts, broadcast
correct.
and journalism. So it might be one of those things that I do. If I was to sign off on this, you can go to supportuog.org on the World Wide Web if you don't have somebody like these guys in front of you handing out the applications. Correct?
Actually, yes, we updated our website. It's now give.uog.edu. I need to update that. But then it will still direct you to our new website. And the beauty of it is when you just decide to donate to the G's for Giving campaign, you can donate to a specific college, like your affinity for class, or a specific scholarship. So we've been really kicking off our scholarships this year. We had, how many? 40? We gave out this year.
Scholarships.
That's Ed Suarez, by the way.
This is Ed Suarez, by the way. He's our media coordinator. He's always behind the scenes.
I think we had about 40,000.
A little bit over.
A little bit over.
A little bit over
that's good money.
51,000 in scholarships given out to students. So just recently we gave out the scholarships to the Akira Baba Scholarship. And we had a big scholarship award ceremony, and it was, 13 students who received scholarships.
Yeah, out of the 58 that applied. So,
63.
or 63 that applied.
Nice.
Yes.
So no shortage of people that want the money.
Yes.
But,
And
so you need more money to match the need.
And it really does go back to the students and the school, and it really does make a big impact on our students.
Yeah, and it really pushes our mission, which is to foster and promote growth, progress, and general welfare of the University of Guam by soliciting, receiving, and administrating resources to empower and support the university. See, that's literally straight off of our pamphlet.
I was going to say,
it's great.
It's
on our pamphlet. It's on the back side right there.
There we go. So it can be any college now at the university?
Or any scholarship. We have a plethora of scholarships available. You can see we have a list of different scholarships available on our website.
Right.
And if you follow us on our social media, we will be highlighting different scholarships starting this month. Actually, starting this week. The scholarship that's going to be coming up, one that's kind of dear to me is the Cirilla Rapata Scholarship. And I'm kind of biased because that's a scholarship towards social workers. So that we're going to be awarding that soon. If they, any social workers out there listening and you want to be able to help.
Get some money? Or take advantage of the scholarship yourself.
Yes, exactly. If you're enrolled in UOG and you're in the social work program, you can apply for that. That we actually have a recipient already, but we are going to be beefing up all our scholarships, announcing them in the spring of 2020 to be awarded in the fall of 2020.
Gotcha. Now, and this is it doesn't have to be this time of year to give, and I'll tell you that right now. The Endowment Foundation is always got, not I don't want to say their hands out, but there's always something that they can use that money for at any given time.
That is correct.
Standing up events like the wine tasters, standing up other galas and things like that require a little bit of working capital to get moving.
Correct. So if you can't give this time, it's always great to give this time around.
Yeah.
But if you can't give this time, we are a tax deductible nonprofit, so we will be able you will be able to use that for your tax purposes.
And as we're getting close to the end of the year, businesses and individuals know how important it is to have a plan.
Think
That's
of
why
the UOG endowment.
That's why they do it at this time of year, because you need to start thinking about how you're going to end the tax year and where you're going to put that money, so you don't necessarily have to give everything to the Department of Revenue and Taxation.
True. And Giving Tuesday is coming up, and that's our big event day. Giving Tuesday
it's a big launch.
falls on December 3rd. So any alumni, we challenge you to come over to the University of Guam campus, see any one of the organizations rallying, and donate. And with your $25 donation, you got a really cool shirt like what we're wearing today.
Like everybody's going to be wearing now.
Yeah.
It's going to be the
This
cool
is the
thing.
new cool shirt.
Right? We're,
Yeah.
we're starting a gang, and we've already got the
There you
shirts.
go.
This is nice.
Super comfortable too, guys. Hey.
9:44 in the morning. Janae, thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much,
Always
boss.
good to have you. She calls me boss
I have a
because
cubicle, that's why.
Yeah, her husband works here at the radio station. Kevin is my administrative manager, and the deal when I hired him was your wife's part of the deal as well, right? And because we'd always worked well together in past. Looking forward to doing it again. 9:45 in the morning.
boss.
No problem. Be right back after these.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
GRMC's Neuroscience and Neurology Department treats a wide spectrum of disorders associated with the nervous system, spine, and brain. Some of the more common disorders include seizures, epilepsy, dementia, sleep disorders, migraine, and stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC's neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and the finest neurological doctors. To make an appointment, contact GRMC Specialty Clinics at 645-5500.
What was I thinking of? 9:46. You know what I was thinking of? Just seconds ago, I was on Facebook yesterday, and there's somebody on the FB had put out a message, and I looked at that, and I thought, you scoundrel, because it's what I do when I'm short on a certain brand of betel nut. The certain brand of Ugam betel nut. Every once in a while, I'll stick something up on Facebook. But you'd be surprised how little that works. Which is one of the reasons why I've always maintained an office here at the radio station. So if I ever needed to, I could just go on the air and say, you know what, I'm running a little bit short here on some pugification, and maybe if there's somebody out there that's got, I don't know, a big ugam tree. You can always tell an ugam tree because that's the one with the pit bull tied at the bottom of it, because that's the one worth protecting. The brown one, that's only when things get dry, right? At any rate, so if you've got one of those things, and I know you're not using it. You know why I know you're not using it? Because as far as I know, me and this other scoundrel might be the last two guys on Guam that actually chew betel nut. For once upon a time, they'd say, oh, it's bad for your teeth or whatever. And I'm going, no, it's not. Whatever. It's only bad for your teeth if you're doing the whole job here and you're doing the whole mix it up and it makes your teeth red and it gives you mouth cancer. Okay, that's not the betel nut that I chew. I chew it a different way. And as near as I can tell, nobody that I know has ever gotten mouth cancer from eating pugua chamorro style. You're looking at me funny. What's going on? Or you're just looking at me funny. Okay, gotcha. That's my producer is Michael Knight, and Michael Knight is still not.
The whole idea of eeating betel nut gives me that face.
Right?
It's similar to bitter beer face.
Oh,
yeah. You know bitter beer.
Yeah. No, there was a. Yeah, I was recently challenged by a friend of mine who'd just come to Guam for a visit, business trip, and so we got to talking. She loves beer, which is great, and that's one of the things that make it so that we get along, we gel a little bit easier. Is I know that she likes beer as much as I like beer, and she said, let's go someplace and find some bitter beer. And it took me a second to find someplace, not hoppy beer, but actual like bitter beer.
Bitter.
And so there's a place I went to down in Tumon. and they had some bitter beer that was being manufactured here on Guam by a local company, and I took she opened it up, and she made that big satisfied look on her face. Oh, you found me some bitter beer. Oh, I could not love you more. And she said, you want to try it? I said, yeah, I want to try it. And, yeah.
A little different than you were expecting. Or was it exactly what you expected, just a little different?
I didn't like it. It didn't do that for me. And you know me, I'm a pedestrian guy, right? I mean, you and I have had beers all kinds of different places. You don't need to come at me with a $7 can of beer. I'm just as happy. You come at me with the Sahi Blue. That's a fine beer. It's 800 calories in a can, but it's a fine beer and it doesn't cost a lot. You come at me with Budweiser, Bud Light. I'm just as happy as that, and those kinds of things. You don't need to hit me with the highfalutin snobby beers that are out there. I'll give you that, but it ain't my thing. It ain't my thing. It's 888-8255, 10 away from the top of the hour. And what kind of a day have we had here today? I appreciate you letting me bring in some friends like the guys from Gita and the G is Forgiving from the University Endowment Foundation and Aki Matsuri. That's always nice to with people that have things. And I'm proud to say that this is still in the radio business one of the best ways to get the word out about things that are going on in town. It's not like the olden days where all you had to do was take out an ad in the newspaper, maybe an ad on the television, and an ad in the radio, and be able to hit just about everybody. Because as you know, not a whole lot of people watching television anymore.
Back then, you could put the sign on the telephone pole, get half the population.
Everybody would see it. And I don't know how many people are still reading newspapers the old way. I know that every once in a while you'll hit an article or something like that online from one of the newsrooms here on Guam. But I know that things have changed around. But it's nice to know that that radio still has a great opportunity to reach you while you're in the car and in the office and maybe even around the world, like people that are watching Facebook Live, maybe out in Spain, Keena McCausland and Dominic out in Vancouver, Washington, and Annette down in California. It's great to know. 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number. We've got a couple of stories, some of which I didn't really get a chance to talk to or speak about this morning. So I'm going to end the show now, and we'll just catch up tomorrow. Nah. God, I'm tempted, though. Can I just...
Well, it's been one of those shows where in the first 3 hours and 45 minutes, we did like 6 hours worth of show.
Yeah, it's true.
That's why we feel this way.
I'm not tired. You know me, I got energy. I got energy all day.
Absolutely.
Because it's the cocaine that's going seething through my veins. Yeah. Messing around. It's not.
Don't mess up your life, bro.
Right. Anyway, so no. The other, and this is a must-listen again interview. If you're a veteran on Guam, earlier this morning, like 8:05 on the dot, we ended the Fox News. We didn't bother doing a regular local newscast that hour because I thought there would be in the conversation a little bit of news making. And I think there was with the Secretary of the Veterans Administration in Washington D.C., Robert Wilkie, who is just the nicest guy. I mean, I think he dialed his own phone. I think he dialed the Guam phone himself because you walked out of the studio to go take care of the 8 o'clock responsibilities. Was Fox News was playing, and then the phone rang, so I picked it up. Thanks for calling The Point. This is Ray, and the guy says, "Hi, this is Robert Wilkie." Just like, oh, yeah, okay. You mean Secretary Wilkie? He says, oh, yeah, I guess so. But I would have, I would have loved another half hour with the guy, not just on the veteran stuff, but he's got this incredible career going to the back in the days. I'll mention a name to you. He used to work with Condoleezza Rice. And as far as I'm concerned, Condoleezza Rice was number one of the bright spots in the Bush administration, and number two, what an inspiration to women. Yeah, what an inspiration to women. And I remember recounting on the air. She's about the same age as us, and I remember recounting on the air once upon a time about how disappointed my parents must be in comparison to Condoleezza Rice's parents. You just take a look at where she's been in her career, education that she's got in her career, all the things that she did. By the time she was our age, she was already a ranking person in White House and could direct the war with the punch of a button from where she was, and just a terrific. So I'd love to ask him the question about some of these people that he has met along the way to becoming secretary, up to and including. Tell me about your boss.
Tell me, I'd like to know a little bit more. Tell me a little bit more about your boss, Donald Trump. I'd love to know. And I think he relayed some of that when he was discussing with me how he got the job. I was going to concentrate on the almost unanimous support the guy got in the Senate. When he came up for confirmation in the Senate, they brought him in with a vote of like 86 to 9. Just 9 people voted against him. And
in fact, there were dead senators that actually came back to life to vote for him.
To bring this guy in. So I thought that was going to be the high point. And then he told me about, he told the story about how President Trump let him know that he was nominated for the position full-time for the VA. Also an interesting other career as well with the Department of Defense. The guy's got some other credentials that don't, in my mind, and I'd asked the guys that helped me set up the interview, I said, I should be talking to this guy about making war because he's DOD. He's got a lot of background in the Department of Defense and how that translates to being able to take an active war mission and then instead of actively applying war on somebody, using that knowledge, that information, everything that you need to know about strategy and tactics and moving huge operations forward, and then doing that with the VA. I know that the conversation wasn't 100% satisfactory to every veteran on Guam. Everybody's got different needs. Everybody needs something different from the VA, and in some cases you want more of it to happen here. Wouldn't it be great if there was all of the decisions that needed to get made could be made by somebody right here? Didn't need to dial an 800 number, didn't need to go to the States, that didn't need to wait up all night to hear from somebody in Hawaii on what may or may not be done with your life. But I thought it was pretty cool at the end of it when he starts talking about maybe using Guam as we develop with the Marine buildup, which is another reason to support it, is as the Marines develop more of a presence here on Guam, there will be more that needs to be done with the big hospital on Guam, and maybe we should do, as has been done in other places, turning it into a regional medical facility for men and women in and out of uniform. I'm a civilian. I haven't earned any privileges or credentials to go there. But if somebody has had the privilege of service, same way that you retirees, you go hang out over at the auto port and get cheap gas. Maybe that could be something that works for you. And I need to spend more time with this pre-registration. I've only touched on this a couple of times in some of my research and some of my reading, but I'm delighted. We had one guy that chimed in this morning. He was talking about how easy it was for him to get himself pre-registered for some of the base privileges. Right now, you've either got to be a retired, as I understand it, and active duty, or a retiree with 25, 30 years of service or whatever it is that allows you to go to Navy and check out the commissary and the exchange. I want to go, but and so they've opened it up now for different categories of veterans. So find out more about that and talk to them. It looks like Big Sister Shelley online, Nick Perlosky, Pam Duvall, Keena McCausland. Can I just tell you about one of my other favorite things about this? Is when we start the show, there's a bunch of cohorts that chime in and sign in early. And one of my favorite things is to take a look at some of the names of people that are active now at the end of the program that were active at the very beginning of the program. It never gets old. It is amazing to me that this program manages to keep you occupied for 4 hours. It's amazing to me it manages to keep me occupied for 4 hours, but I got to be here. You don't. So let me again say thanks very much to you. Appreciate you being out there. A couple of things that, in just the last couple of minutes, maybe we'll learn more about it tomorrow because I don't have 5 interviews lined up tomorrow. Talk to the guys over at the Department of Education. They have issued an RFP now for school resource officers. Originally something that was being done with guys from over at the courthouse. Their priorities and mission have changed a little bit, so they're and you guys, you get your own school resource officers. Have a nice life. And so it looks like DOE needs to do that because they do have issues with students that are showing up at school drunk. They've got students with problems with some of those same drunk students that want to fight all day. And so we need to have other adult eyes on these kids. A little bit more on maybe get a chance to talk with Selb about. He is the guy that's running mass transit here on Guam, the Guam Regional Mass Transit Authority. And apparently there was rumor moving that he's going to quit. There was an actual letter saying that was thanks very much for the opportunity, but I'm going to quit. And when the guys from the Daily Post found him, he said, no, I changed my mind, not going to quit. And so there you go. Maybe a little bit more, depending on whether they get to work today or not. I still don't have anything from my source over at the legislature to give me any indication that they are back in session. They're supposed to be in session today because they did the Committee on Rules thing yesterday. I still don't know what's on the agenda. I'll see what I can find out. In the meantime, it's 9:59 and change, and something that I found kind of amusing, the storm in the Philippines is named after me. That's what I'm going to tell everybody. It's actually Typhoon Ramon, and as anybody knows, why?
It's tropical depression.
Oh, tropical depression. It's going to be a typhoon, right? Is it in that direction? See, now that is depressing. Tropical depression Ramon. It's named after me, and I'll take whatever credit I can from that notion. We're KUSG. Haganya, this is The Point.
Taking on the Dreamers. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The nation's highest court listening to oral arguments today on the Trump administration's plan to end the DACA program, the Obama-era mandate that protects about 700,000 young immigrants brought to the U.S. illegally as children from deportation. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
You're not the only ones being dreamers. We have dreams for you as well, and we fully intend to act upon them.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
The president's relentless scapegoating of immigrants is the most un-American thing I could think of.
The court expected to issue an opinion by late June. The first public hearings in the impeachment inquiry of President Trump get underway tomorrow with some of the key players who testified behind closed doors set to appear.
Ambassador Bill Taylor, who Democrats suggest had the best view of the scheme. The acting top diplomat in Ukraine told lawmakers, quote, security assistance money would not come until the president of Ukraine committed to pursuing the investigation. What Democrats argue was a quid pro quo. Taylor said it was directed by the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, but couldn't say if President Trump ordered it. Taylor will be sitting side by side with George Kent, who testified President Trump wanted Ukraine's president to say he would investigate.
Fox's Mike Emanuel on Capitol Hill. Police searching for a missing 5-year-old Jacksonville, Florida girl reported missing last week by her mother say they've recovered human remains in rural Alabama. It's not clear yet if the remains are those of Taylor Rose Williams. Taylor's mother, Brianna Williams, is under arrest.
The suspect has been absentee booked at a local hospital after being admitted today due to an apparent overdose of some sort.
Sheriff Mike Williams, who is not related to the missing girl's family, says the girl's mother is from the Alabama county where the remains were found. America is listening to Fox News.
It's the latest from Fox News Podcasts. The Campaign with Brett Baer, with updates from reporters on the trail and in-studio experts. Brett keeps you informed on the 2020 race. Go to foxnewspodcast.com and download The Campaign with Brett Baer now.
I'm Neil Cavuto from Fox Business. In high school, I managed a fast food restaurant. I saw the power of business and the importance of making your money work for you.
I'm Liz Clayman. In life, it's not just how you invest, it's for whom you're investing. We care about your success, and we want to be a part of it.
I'm Charles Payne. I go way beyond the headlines to help you through the markets every single day. It's all about investing in your future, your American dream.
Fox Business.
Invested in you.
Download Fox News Channel's The 5 podcast for free. 5 of your favorite Fox News personalities discuss current issues in a roundtable discussion. Get it now on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, and foxnewspodcasts.com.
The accused killer of Iowa college student Molly Tibbetts due in court tomorrow. Lawyers for Christian Rivera expected to argue he was not advised of his legal rights.
Defense attorneys are going to argue that some, if not all, of Rivera's alleged confession cannot be used because detectives did not properly give Rivera his Miranda rights, and there were other legal issues, including Rivera's trouble with translation. The state now admits that Rivera was incorrectly read his Miranda rights the first time during questioning. The officer did not tell Rivera the part about what he says could be used against him in court. However, the state says when Rivera led police to the gruesome discovery of Tibbetts' body in the field, Rivera was then read his Miranda rights a second time correctly, and that anything after that is usable in court.
Fox's Matt Finn in Iowa City, Iowa. Tibbetts disappeared while out running near her home in Brooklyn, Iowa last July. Her body was found a month later. The opposition leader in Bolivia's Senate has declared herself the country's interim president after the resignation of Evo Morales. Some positive news regarding the number of homeless veterans in the U.S.
New reports from federal agencies show fewer American veterans are homeless. Housing and Urban Development Secretary Ben Carson says there's been a 2% drop in the number of homeless veterans between last year and this year. HUD and the Department of Veterans Affairs shows a 5% decline in those numbers from 2017 and a nearly 50% drop from 2009. Carson giving credit to an Obama-era program which gives homeless veterans permanent housing while providing clinical services and a case manager.